Hello, 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 everybody! We're waiting on some players. Right now, it's a bit of a rough day for some of the players, it sounds. A lot of busyness going on. So, we'll be starting a little bit later than normal, but I'm going to go ahead and take myself off of the starting soon screen for a little bit so we can chat a little bit with, the chat. I can go over my usual many preambles, and perhaps go over a small recap as well. I have Valentin and Riley with me right now, who play Valentin and Lloyd, respectively. So, let's go ahead and just get the usual promos out of the way. Saf, are you ready to do the codes, or am I doing them? Just checking if my mod's here or not. She said she was lurking. Oh, she is. Right, okay, so first, before... Oh, hello, Val, you're just in time. Oh, gosh, a little slower, Saf. Let me talk about them first. So first off, we use Fantasy Grounds for all of our games. And as you can see... Oh, my God, slower, Saf, slower. Wait a second. She's just sprinting through the links. First off, I use Fantasy Grounds for all of my D&D and Cyberpunk Red games, and I am affiliated with them as well. The first link there, you can go to if you wanted to try out the system, make any games in it, purchase any of the books. I earn a very small commission on that, so it's a good way of supporting the channel while also getting D&D content that you might enjoy. I'm also affiliated with Creation Snacks, which is an excellent snack company who's going to be developing a merch line for me whenever I get around to, overcoming my ADHD to message them back. So we'll have our own candy line eventually there, and we're still deciding what it's going to be. So if you're on my Discord, you can go ahead and check it out there. And be involved in the discussion for what kind of candy we should do. I've heard great reviews from people who have already bought from them. I can't get them myself because I'm in Canada and the shipping is holy cripes. But if you're in the US, the cost is very reasonable for what you get, and it's very high quality candy. The next link there is Saf letting you know how you can support me. The best way to support me right now is to donate directly on my Ko-Fi. If you wanted to tip me because you like some of the content going on in the game, you wanted to help cover the cost of maps, the music that I play, because everything I play is like, everything I show is licensed and I have to pay for it and things like that. Music, the maps, tokens, just everything like that. Feel free to do so through the Ko-Fi. Where else? What else? Oh, also, I know, yep, there's my Twitter. You can follow me there for any updates and things like that. I know the last time we played this game, I went back and like listened to the VOD. My mic was really crackly. I don't know if it's crackly right now, but I'm pretty sure my headset mic is dying. So, on my throne, I've now put a new microphone that should be a lot higher quality than what I'm using right now, which will enhance the streams a hell of a lot. So, Jesus egg. It's a community gift too, so you can contribute directly to there for me getting a better microphone. Yeah, without needing to buy the whole thing. I think it's like you can contribute like anywhere between 15 or the whole amount of the microphone. No pressure on that though. As always, the best way to support my streams is without spending is clipping content. Follow me on my socials, things like that. That's about it for the promos real quick. While we're waiting on our on the missing people so far, we will just do a quick recap of what happened last, and then maybe the players can all reintroduce their characters, the ones that have made it. First off, last time the party met with a man named Nazir the Snake Charmer, a very, very powerful merchant who explained that he wanted to deliver a care package of water and other supplies to an outpost desert town by the name of Nessus. He contracted the party to go there to take his son there as well, so this way his son could establish a local constabulary to help defend against some of the raids that have been going on at this outpost recently from refugees of the nearby destroyed kingdom of Kadron. The party, upon learning their task, went to meet with the captain of the ship at the bar and inn that the Snake Charmer had, paid for them to go to. and they proceeded to absolutely ruin the place as Valentin started a bar fight by accident. Upon leaving, they were later in the night, after going around and shopping, attacked by a mysterious group that included jackals and some strange jackal-human hybrid. They have just recently finished that fight and are now beginning to explore the spoils, as well as try to figure out why they were suddenly attacked. Aren't you, players?
Indeed.
Well, while we're waiting right now, why don't you guys all introduce yourselves and your characters again? Starting with Valentin.
Oh. So, you know, since we still have a bit of time to kill, I figured right now is the best time to, you know, kill that time. So, I decided that I'm going to introduce a new segment to this show.
Uh-oh.
Which I'm calling the VIP Lounge. VIP, as we all know, stands for...
Is it your initials?
Valentin's Intrusive Pondering. Thank you very much. Now, I want you to think about this for a moment. 71% of the Earth's surface is covered by water. We all know this. But something that you don't always think about is that pretty much 100% of that water is uncarbonated. As such, it means that for the majority, it makes the Earth quite flat. Thank you very much.
What?
Oh my god.
I didn't get it. I didn't get it.
Have you ever had a flat soda?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's uncarbonated.
Yeah, it's and you know how the flat earthers believe the Earth is flat.
But it's round.
Yeah, it's a shitty pun. It's a
but
shitty
but the water is flat, and its majority of the Earth is water. Then that means that the majority of the Earth is flat.
Oh, I get it now. I hate it. Thank you. So, for those of you who don't know, Valentin's been in a lot of my my D&D and other TTRPG games, and at one point, one of the very first productions I ever did before becoming a VTuber was actually a podcast using the Shadowrun system, which is, it's like D&D and Cyberpunk, but shitty. I hate Shadowrun so much these days.
It's not a very it's not an intuitive system.
I made everybody who wanted to be in it, the cast, unlike this one where I reached out to people and I was like, hey, I want to play D&D with you. I made people audition for this, including Valentin, even though I'd known him for a really long time. And in his audition, they had to tell a story, like just a quick story, or just like a video, just introduction, the usual audition video, right? Valentin told a joke over the course of 10 minutes that had a punchline that made me want to strangle him. It is still my most hated joke he's ever told. It wasn't like, inappropriate or anything.
Yeah.
It just had the dumbest freaking punchline. And it went on for 10 minutes of him telling this joke. And I had to listen to this audition. Because I was like, okay, I gotta listen to everybody. So there I am sitting there for 10 minutes listening to this extremely long and complex joke. Like, I can't wait for the end of it. And it was shit. It was the least funny joke ever. But the point of it was that it was unfunny. So I was very frustrated throughout this entire audition. It was the worst. So the joke he's just told is entirely on brand with that, but that's a new one. I hadn't heard that one before, buddy. Gosh, I hope Mora gets here soon because I really don't want to have to rely on your joke-telling abilities. I don't want to rely on your joke-telling abilities to carry the time.
Did you want us to introduce ourselves again, though?
Yes. We're moving on from Valentin now to Valtreya.
Okay. I am Valtreya, playing Xandra. I am well, I guess I'll start with the character. I am a monk Azamar. That has a awful British, Aussie, New Zealand accent that doesn't make any sense, but is quite enjoyable to do. I am a variety streamer. I do ASMR and gaming content most of the time, but occasionally you can catch me doing random shit, including just chatting and marbles and whatnot. I am actually, my model and character as a VTuber is also an ASMR, so they go hand in hand.
You should definitely check out Valtreya. She is absolutely amazing as well. You can see all of their socials by doing the !cast command if you wanted to know about any of the people who are playing in this game. Valentin's pretty cool too when you get over his terrible joke-telling abilities. And, Rai, you're up. Let's have you introduce yourself.
Hey, I'm Riley. I'm primarily a Final Fantasy VTuber, and I'm playing the human wizard Lloyd. Yeah, I suck at promoing and introducing myself, so, yeah.
Rai is super cool as well. He's also another one whose VTuber is entirely based off of, D&D themes and content. He's like my D&D bro, because you are an Oath of Conquest Paladin, right?
I am.
Yeah.
I recently posted spoilers of my V2 on Twitter.
I saw. You guys should definitely check that out too. He's got a really cool V2 model update coming out, and I'm super excited for it.
I feel like promoting yourself is an unspoken skill that you need to really have as a VTuber, and I'm still learning how to do it, like 2 years in. Or as a streamer in general, is learning how to promote yourself in a way that is interesting and makes people want to check out your content. It's tough.
Fun fact.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Even they know to say uh-oh now. They've known you for like 2 weeks, and they know to say uh-oh anytime you say the words fun fact now too. Carry on.
So, I'm Valentin, right? And Rai's Rai. And both of our names fit inside of Valtreya's.
What?
Val, and then Rai, and then there's Valtreya.
Oh, I see.
So
it's
together
Are you trying
we
to make some sort of lewd joke here?
No. I'm just saying together we make one complete person.
Because I was gonna say that's like right up my alley, but I wasn't expecting it from you.
I mean, it's even more entertaining when you consider the fact that Valentin has a British accent and Rai has a New Zealand accent, and you've just described your character as having a blend of both of them, meaning that...
Yeah, it's what we all like to call Skowski wee accent. It's when you don't know where it's from.
So there are a lot of other people in this game as well. We're currently just waiting on Mora, who is stuck on traffic. We are also waiting... eBay still can't join the sessions just yet. She's got, as you know from a post she did a while ago, some IRL stuff going on, but we're expecting her to join in soon. Glamour Oracle might not be able to make it tonight, but she might a little bit later. So currently she's Schrodinger's player, where she is both here and not here. Let's see. Well, you know what? We could get started right now, because Mora will be here eventually. We could get started with you guys looting and checking out the bodies from the
Hell yeah!
the recent attack, and I know you guys are all
dead people
excited for that. Dead people, yeah.
Yeah.
So, to reiterate, there are a pile of various bodies around you. I believe that there was, let me just double check on my encounter list. You had, there is the 5 dead jackals that lay scattered about, including the one that had a humanoid shape, but upon death it reverted into a regular jackal. There is also 2 humanoids in the normal kind of wear that people seem to prefer in Thascalus. Robes, very, very light, breathable to deal with the extreme heat here. Desert clothing. There was also their leader, who did manage to escape.
The bastard.
So feel free to spread out if you wanted.
I
well,
believe I was
first-
already. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, first of all, what's the map's name? Because it didn't load up for me, so...
It should be something or other alley, or plaza. I believe plaza.
Oh boy, I've forgotten how to do that. Forgive me. How do I get to the?
Your tokens are also still all on it, so by double-clicking on your character
Oh,
sheet,
yeah.
you can open it up like that. Alternatively,
Oh, no.
if you can't open it like that, under the campaign tab in Fantasy Grounds
That,
on the right,
I got it.
you can click images there, open it up through that. Oh, as a note too, remember some players in this campaign are still fairly new to D&D. They've played in other TTRPGs, like Valtreya, you're a very, very veteran Pathfinder player,
Yes.
for instance, and this is also a lot of their first time using Fantasy Grounds, so to all of our lovely viewers, be aware that for our first couple sessions, we might be a little bit slower for actual gameplay, as people are remembering how to work the system, figuring things out, and stuff like that. Although, if we get to it tonight, I do have a very cool thing planned that it's probably going to take the next few sessions to get through, but we'll see. Anyways,
Hell yeah.
so yeah, carry on. Do you guys have the map pulled up now? I can also, if
I
you're
do.
still
Yeah.
having...
Oh, do you have it all?
What
Excellent.
was it called?
It is called
So-
the Plaza Night Alleyway.
Well, so the easiest way, actually, that I just remembered when you mentioned it, is if you open up your character sheet, and then you have on the right side, it says token. If you double click the token, it'll take you to whatever page you're supposed to be on actively right now.
Oh, awesome.
That way, you don't need to slow down the game by asking which map are we on and what's it called.
All right,
Instead, we'll just get here. But well, as we're finishing up, and I'm doing that, when you're doing the stage breathing after a hard-fought fight, you just go. Because I ran all over this place. Who were those people?
Sounded like dogs. Looks like they were after the prince's son.
The son isn't with us, is he?
No, we left him. We left him back there. Maybe they thought he was supposed to be with us. I mean, that is what he wanted until we just left him behind. You know.
Right. Everyone okay? Anyone hurt?
I'm fine.
I'm fine.
Oh, I'd like to go ahead and search the vault E. Oh, here in front of me.
This is the body of the one that you killed, and he toppled over the front. So you obviously find your dart in his back. Quickly take that. That dart looks like it still works. And as you're looking through, you find a total of 10 gold pieces.
Okay.
Damn, that guy
6
was loaded.
6 silver pieces.
Okay.
And 32 copper. In addition to his weapons and gear, you can let me know if you want to take those. They don't look like they're in good sellable quality, though. So only if you needed a backup, feel free to ask for those. I believe he just had a scimitar and a crossbow. You find a few personal trinkets. Nothing that seems interesting. But then you find a rolled up kind of scroll of parchment that you take out. You unravel. It has a drawing of Phazon on it, as well as written in common above it is, "Don't shoot the rich guy like last time, idiot." Written on it.
Perfect. Well, it looks like here they were hoping to do a kidnapping. Maybe get a ransom, something like that. Didn't want the rich guy dead. They just wanted to keep him. do something with the mouse, I guess. And she'll hand over the drawing to Valentin.
I take a look at it, and I would like to roll an insight to try to figure out if we hadn't attacked those guys, would they have attacked us? Because the guy wasn't with us, and they might have seen that he wasn't with us, so they might have just because we were the ones that drew first blood. So I'm just thinking if I
think that was you.
Oh yeah. Hey, wait. Oh, did I say that out loud?
Yeah, well, I slipped away the second the fighting started. That was all on you, mate.
So when he's saying all of these things out loud, he's actually pondering it out loud. Like, I wonder if they were actually just not actually after us, and they were after someone that wasn't with us, and if they hadn't even considered attacking us. And I think that out loud, but I'm gonna roll an insight to try to figure out if they would have attacked us.
Well, I mean,
it's par for the course. I've rolled nat ones on both of my first rolls for both of these.
You look at the drawing, and the more you look at it, you think it looks similar to you almost.
Oh no!
Wait, and they did say, "Do not shoot the rich kid."
Oh no!
Oh my god, they were after me.
Can I roll? Can I? I would like to also roll wisdom to when looking at the picture to make sure that it is not Valentin, because that's not who I initially thought it was.
Please
so
do,
I just
but
want to cross-check.
Yeah, please do. But if you nat one, it's gonna.
Oh wait, that was just a straight wisdom check. I apologize.
Oh my god!
That was just a straight wisdom check. I apologize. That was not the right roll.
Feel free to roll the insight again.
Do you want to just keep the roll, and you can just add my insight bonus to it, which is just a +2, so it's the same thing.
Nah, you're still getting used to this, so it's totally fine.
Okay, insight.
Technically, you rolled nearly twice as high as the last roll.
True.
You're looking at it, and you're like, you come to the conclusion that this drawing doesn't look like Valentin, but it does look eerily similar, as you start noticing that Phazin and Valentin, apart from skin tone and height and body shape, do have some very similar facial features.
Yes, the eye patch.
I was going to ask about the eye patch. Does the picture have an eye patch?
It does not. It does have a coffee stain that looks that's over the eye, however, and you're wondering if that was intentional.
It's a blood, like a little piece of blood splatters over the eye.
Maybe it is you. Are you rich? You got money on you?
Technically, we all are. We all got paid in advance.
No, I don't think they mean that kind of money. You gotta be rich.
I mean, I am the son of a noble, so maybe that's it. But I don't.
Is that why you're paying for everything?
Oh no, that's just common courtesy. Sometimes you gotta look out for your fellow travelers on the road. If I'm able to pay someone off somewhere down the road, maybe they can pay off someone later on to repay that kindness. And also, while I'm speaking, I am subtly moving my eye patch back over to the eye where it was originally.
Well, it sounds like they would have attacked us either way.
I
think you've got nothing to worry about.
Right, so we are definitely not criminals. This was just self-defense.
You're definitely not a criminal. Yes, you're definitely not a criminal. After you attacked them, they started attacking us. So
yes, we. It's a team effort. There is no I in team.
Yeah, but there is in crime.
As you guys have learned too from your previous bar fight, this is a rougher neighborhood, which is likely why no one has opened their doors or windows to investigate who won that fight yet. And everybody's like, we're minding our own goddamn business right now.
While
Wait.
this is going on, can I please examine the weird jackal corpse?
For sure. What would you like to roll to examine it? A medicine is applicable, an arcana, a religion. I'm very open with knowledge checks, like even in nature, meaning whatever you roll is the kind of information that you get. So if you were to roll an arcana, you get information that's different from a nature, but in general, you can roll anything on anything and always get a few hints as to what's going on.
I would like to do a medicine check to see if this was like an experiment of some sort.
For sure.
Okay.
Wow, guys.
We're brilliant, mates. We're all super smart.
As you look over the corpse of the jackal, aside from the injuries to its internal body, the loss of blood, the damages to its organs from your guys' attacks, on the outside of the body, there is no actual markings of wounds. The entry of certain, cuts, slashes it had gotten, have all reverted. Meaning that this creature has reverted to the way it was on the outside before the transformation into whatever it was. And I'm being vaguely confusing in that description because it was an 8.
Yes.
I turn over to Clang Clang.
Hello, Mora.
Hey, Clang Clang.
Hey, Clang Clang.
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, right. You can't really respond to me in any other way than with things you've heard. Clang Clang, do you think you could recreate the voice of the one guy that got away? Or just want to try to remember what he sounded like in case we find him again?
I did get a good close look at him. I was only a couple feet away. If he hadn't been slippery like an eel, I would have gotten a good grip on him.
Right, but I didn't get a good look at of him, so I just want to try to remember his voice for the future.
Here, I'll draw him. And,
Okay.
Sandra will pull out her notebook and flip to a blank page and just start scribbling.
Is it a good drawing or is it like a stick figure?
Oh, I don't know. Let's find out.
I would call this a perform. I would also allow a straight dexterity check. If you are
Dexterity checks.
Yep. If you are proficient with any sort of tool that could help you out here, then feel free to also inform me and then apply it.
I'm just gonna do straight dex.
Cool. Straight dex.
Wow.
What you draw looks suspiciously similar to Valentin.
Look, Mike. Look, this is exactly what he looked like.
Wait.
Exactly what he looks like.
Wait a minute. This is a conspiracy. I knew it. First, they are trying to shoot me. Except they don't want to shoot me because they shot me in the past.
Yeah,
But now
he did
we
look
also
a lot like you.
Is this a conspiracy? Is this like a cloning conspiracy? There's a bunch of clones out to get me?
Maybe they were trying to replace you. Maybe they wanted to take your place. Maybe it's kind of one of those things, huh?
I flipped my eye patch up. By God.
Players, please.
But for the
Players,
for
please,
the,
I think you mean dice, please. It's not our fault. I've got a +5 to that shit, and it still was awful.
use your proficiency bonus. Oh no, wait, did you? I don't know. Anyway.
She had like a +5 to
Wow.
it.
Oh, I
I
also
realized that you rolled a
did
save
deck
instead of a check.
save.
Yeah, it's totally fine.
Sorry.
I'm gonna have it stand because it was funny.
No, yeah. It's
Well, everyone huddle up real quick, and we huddle up, and I say, we have to keep our eyes peeled for anything. Don't trust anyone. And I look around, not even yourself.
Not even yourself.
Exactly, you get it, Clang Clang.
Clang Clang's gonna kind of look at themselves and look at both of you.
Don't trust you guys. Well, that's easy. I'd never trusted you at all.
Hurtful, but fair.
I mean, I've known you less than Dynamite. I'm not best friends with you yet.
Hey, yet, that's hope for the future.
Clang
Unless
Clang
one-
is gonna look down at her feet and look kind of sad.
Unless, a clone replaces me. It could
Maybe
happen.
he'll be funnier.
Right. I'm going to try to I wanted to inspect the area to see if the people that were here, if they were waiting for a long time or if they just got here. Like, is there a bunch of dirt that's sort of riled up right where they were, or has it settled in so it doesn't look like have they been here for half a day, or were they here for 5 minutes?
Of
is what I
course.
would like to try to find out.
A survival or investigation, I believe, would be appropriate.
I nearly tried to pull my entire sheet. Well,
An 8. Wonderful. Valentin begins, going around the area, clearly investigating for something, informing you of his intentions. Is anyone else going to do anything while he's doing that? And we'll get to, we'll kind of get all the actions out of the way, and then I'll resolve them all at once.
I'd like to move over, and Sandra will move over and begin looting the other humanoid.
You find, again, 10 gold on this guy, 7 silver, and 22 copper. So very, very similar for the amount of money that they had. Sorry, I cut out there, I think.
Back.
Very, very similar to the amount of money that they had.
Did he have anything else on him?
A few personal trinkets, his weapons, nothing that looks valuable or of major interest. This is the dude who, as a note, was incredibly unlucky, and his final words were, "Why is it always me?" as he died and Clang Clang killed him.
Well, it won't be you any longer, mate.
I ain't finding shit.
Meanwhile, Clang Clang and Lloyd, anything that you guys are up to in particular?
I'm just gonna be writing notes about this jackal.
For sure.
All day stuff.
I'd say enough time is passing that you could roll a second medicine to try to enhance what you found as you reinvestigate the body with that, or you could roll a different skill check as well at this point.
I'm doing Arcana this time.
Okay. And Clang Clang?
Ooh!
Oh my god. Clang Clang is actually gonna check out the werejackal and kind of inspect it and see what its deal is, since she's never seen one before.
For sure. That would mean that you're doing the same thing as Lloyd. He's also investigating the jackal-were.
What skill would I use? What dice?
Whatever skill you want. I give different information based on the skill that's rolled, but it is all always valuable. If you were to roll a religion, for instance, you would come up with things related to, gods and religion, like what normally their culture is around that. If you were to roll in nature, you would learn more about, their preferred areas that they live in, things like that. So it's kind of, yeah, I
Okay.
all in
Okay.
my games, all knowledge checks are always valuable and applicable to any situation. It's just a different kind of information that you will end up getting. And thank you so much for the follow, Rin the Demon Cat.
Wow, I am on a roll, but it's
With a natural one, you realize that, remember I had described the jackal-ware as reverting back to a regular jackal afterwards. You're investigating the wrong jackal. There was a few jackal bodies all in the same area the jackal-ware died. So you're investigating the wrong jackal, and you kind of come to the realization after this. So I'm going to resolve now the checks in order to lowest to highest. So Clang Clang, you spend your time investigating the entirely wrong jackal and come up with the conclusion that, yes, this is in fact the jackal. How strange. It has nothing differing it from anything else that I've ever seen. And then you kind of maybe even contemplate, what is a jackal really? Is it like a wolf kind of thing? You really get into it for a second.
At some point, I put a hand on Clang Clang's shoulder and I say, "Clone jackals."
You also come to the conclusion that the jackal looks oddly similar to Valentin as he comes over. You just look at me.
Clang Clang's gonna grab his hand that he put on her shoulder and kind of slowly push it away and look at him and then look back at the jackal almost in disgust.
Rejected the same way my father did.
Valentin, after you finish this small interaction with Clang Clang, you kind of wander about the area, looking around and going, yes, indeed. You come to the conclusion it's very hard to track movement on, dusty cobblestones. There's no real way to tell how long they'd been there, but clearly it was long enough to set up a complex ambush and to hide jackals in the street, as well as they'd been there long enough that, again, most of the lights were out, the street lamps, and the local populace are all very clearly shut in their houses and aren't doing anything, so the locals knew that they were around. That's what you kind of come to. Lloyd, who is that literally the first double-digit roll of the campaign today? It is. Congratulations. With a 17. You know that, much like all of the races in the world, were creatures were created by the various gods in order to serve as soldiers in their battles. Jackal-wares are different than most were creatures, as frustrated by the varying, more humanoid races being very, very powerful in the war against, the varying other gods. The god of beasts created a sort of reverse kind of lycanthropy, where it blessed certain animal species and races to be able to transform into more humanoid shapes. Jackal-wares generally serve their own interests now, as the god of beasts was one of the major gods that was punished during the era of shaping, and has been kind of locked away in a prison in the center of the earth, leaving the jackal-wares and the other, reverse lycanthropy creatures to fend for themselves. Jackal-wares are slowly going extinct as new ones are created by jackals that live extremely long lives and eat enough humanoid livers to gain the ability to transform.
Okay.
Meaning that this was not created through experimentation. This is another race that people are still kind of out on whether or not they should consider it, you know, a sapient race or not. As it's basically a jackal that killed enough people to gain some version of independence and sapience similar to a humanoid. You do know a very dangerous thing that they are capable of doing. They have a magical gaze ability that puts people to sleep.
I'm gonna be writing all of this down.
Mm-hmm. One more major distinction is that this sleep ability, creatures that are immune to being charmed are not affected by it at all. Remember, too, if you guys wanted to keep track of anything I'm saying, there is a note tab underneath the player tab in the game, and you can make your notes public or not. So if you are writing something down in character, I would highly recommend using the notes tab so you can keep track of it. Alternatively as well, you can always write something down on physical paper or on your computer anywhere else as well. Chat says that I have to scrap whatever plot for this campaign I had because the Jackal Valentin clone plot is now the true plot of this game.
I mean, they do all look a lot like him. Very weird.
Your investigations take about 30 minutes as you guys all reconvene.
Yep.
During all of that time, has Zandra been able to loot the rest of the bodies?
Well, there were only the two humanoid bodies. The jackal
okay.
reverted back into a jackal.
Hey, Zandra, if you don't mind, do you think those weapons, I might want to keep them just so we can melt them down? Because I'm planning on working on a project and I need metal for it.
She kind of cocks her head to the side, looks at you. Yeah, sure, mate. She kicks the one on the ground she didn't even pick up. Yeah, they're all yours. I wasn't planning on taking them. They're kind of junk, aren't they?
Yeah.
You couldn't even
Maybe
sell
I can.
these.
Yeah, I'm planning on just melting them down and turning them into scrap metal.
No, yours, mate. Then, since you're taking the weapons, do you still want a share of gold?
No, I think it was a team effort, and this is more than enough for me.
All right,
now.
and she'll just start
And-
giving the gold out to everyone else, not to him.
By the way, as he says that, he opens up his own pouch as he looks through all the purchases he's done in the day. It's like, huh. Well, and his coin purse sounds suspiciously empty.
I believe that you have 56 gold right now.
Nope.
Let me.
Because I spent all of it on buying a healer's kit. What else did I buy? I bought a dagger, and then I bought Tinker's tools. I mean, Tinker's tools are 50 gold, just them. So
You might want to take off your sheet then, because I still see it on your sheet.
it says 6 on mine.
I'm looking at it. It says 56 gold right now.
Well, I mean, okay. I'll open it back up again. It says 6 gold for me.
The hell?
Here, I'll even show you.
Yeah, you can see that, right? Twitch? Like, it says 56 right there.
Yeah, it says 56.
Yeah, it says 6 for me.
Weird.
Maybe I need to press enter.
There you go. Now it's a 6.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yay!
So,
it
I'm
created a
splitting up
complete.
this-
Okay, well, I guess I'll
I'm
just.
splitting up this money just between me and the 3 others, then? Not Valentin.
For sure. Write down what Lilac should be having as well, because I didn't create parcels for this, so this is manual. Valentin, add 2 scimitars and 2 light crossbows to your inventory. If you wanted to take the bolts as well, they had between them a total of 40 crossbow bolts. One of the crossbows is currently broken and jammed, by the way.
I-
Mr. Unlucky broke it.
I will give 5 gold to all the players except for Val, so that should be 5 gold to Mora, 5 gold to Riley, 5 gold to sorry,
Lilac.
Lilac. I should be using names. Yeah, 5 to Lloyd, 5 to Clinkling, 5 to Lilac, and then I'll give 2 silver. Or sorry, yeah, I'll give 3 silver to them as well. So getting 5 gold, 3 silver, and then I just take the last silver and the 54 copper and I hand them to Valentin. Here you go, mate. Here's your share. 1 silver and
A
54
single
copper.
tear. A single tear forms in the one eye that's not eye patched. Such a kind
no.
soul.
No need to cry, mate. I know it's got a lot of money, but you don't want to cry over it. It's fine. It's just a bit of charity.
How much was it? Did you say 1? 1
Just
silver.
for 1 silver and 54 copper.
Ah, nice. This will be enough for 1 drink at the pub.
Well, don't spend it all in one place.
You're right. I should be diversifying my expenditures.
Maybe if you invest it, you'll get some money back.
That's what they all say back home. I have to pay for licenses for everything. I used to have so much money, but all of it went into different licenses. And he opens up his waistcoat, and you see he has like a case on the inside that he takes out, and inside it is like a bunch of badges, and it's kind of like a scout badge, you know, sort of what it looks like. And it's just, I got this one for my adventuring license, and I got this one for, and then he just keeps on rambling on about different types of licenses that he's had to buy back home.
Sandra will nod her head as he's going, and then like slowly back up further and further until
He
she's like
doesn't
not
notice.
near him, and she'll just start back. Like she'll just like go over and just like sit down on a barrel or something and just wait for everyone to finish.
Right. Anyway, and I put my case back into my pocket. Shall we be on our way? You think they're gonna clean up these bodies?
No,
Or
we
should
had
we,
to
like-
deal with them. They can clean it up.
Right. I was wondering if we should give them like a proper burial, but I suppose not.
Clank Clank kind of kicks one of the corpses and like with its foot a little bit and just keeps shaking its head.
Ah, yes, desecrating corpses. Anyway, let's move on then, shall we? I say as I finally sheath my rapier that I've had out this entire time.
All right. If y'all are moving on,
Yeah, I'm ready to move on.
you carry your way down the road, the alleyway, and you return to the Cheerful Beggar. The inn you've been staying at. The bartender, who was, I believe, almost hit by a dart from Xandra at one point, is, behind his bar. It looks like he's done his best to try to clean the place up a bit, but he hasn't managed to fix most of the chairs or anything like that from the bar fight earlier, and he's very clearly still low on his stock of alcohol now, as he's done his best to essentially cobble together and duct tape the bar back together.
Clang Clang is gonna wave to the bartender as they come in.
Your rooms are upstairs. Please don't destroy them. The only thing that I've got keeping me in business now, I think, is the rooms, at least. They're comfortable.
We'll try not to start any fights up there. And then she'll point to Valentin, like over her shoulder. Except for this guy, he's kind of a rowdy one, ain't he?
And I sit down at the bar.
What?
Barkeep.
Yeah?
And I hand him my hip flask. Would you mind filling this up with your finest whiskey?
You guys broke my finest whiskey.
Your unfinest whiskey.
He just glances and says, yeah, I guess. And, he reaches under, he pulls out basically the last bottle of alcohol in the place. He looks at it, and then he takes a big long swig of it, just straight from the bottle, and pours the last of it into your flask for you.
And I give him 2 gold, and I say, keep the change.
Thanks. Wait, why am I thanking you? You're the one who caused this all in the first place. Just, please don't break anything else.
Xander will head up the stairs and go towards the rooms.
The rooms are fairly humble. It looks like there are 2 beds per room, and as there is, I believe, 6 of you? Or 2, 4, 6, 7. No, there is currently 6 of you. It's 2 people per room, and you guys can figure out the arrangements however you'd want. Each room has 2 beds, 2 chests made for storage, and a single, writing desk.
I'm just gonna turn to Lloyd and I'm just gonna say, so, you mind bunking up, mate?
Doesn't bother me.
Alright, Lloyd and I will take a room. You ladies, and then I kind of do a side glance at Clang Clang and Bird person. I guess you could share rooms however you wish.
Clang Clang's female. You don't need to differentiate. You don't
Clang Clang kind of narrows her eyes a little bit and like tries to avoid him as much as possible. Still finding him suspicious from earlier.
Well, yeah, I apparently attacked the party. My clone army did. Of course you would be suspicious. Hang on, let me actually see if I can pick up on the suspiciousness.
In addition to each room, on the writing desk is a common written, where you can get the local amenities. Most importantly, it's the location of the nearest bathhouse. There is a public privy as well in the 2nd floor that is shared between all the guests. It appears as if you were the only guest currently staying in the inn overnight. With an insight, yeah, you're able to pick up on it.
I hang my head in sorrow, and I go, it's always the same story, Valentin.
I'm so
misunderstood. And then I'm gonna... If only people could understand my true purpose, I say as I clutch my eye patch. And then I'm gonna go to bed.
Clang Clang, do you want to share a room, or should you want to share with one of the other 2?
Clang Clang looks to Xandra and just like kind of shrugs a little bit and like follows her into the room.
Fair enough. Sandra will go over towards the bed and sit down and begin meditating.
Clang Clang's gonna start actually checking around the room for like anything valuable. She's gonna like open up all the drawers and chests and like look under all the beds, just trying to search for more coin or something.
There's no coin left in here. As I said, there's the paper on which the local amenities are listed. Generally places that if you wanted a quick drink or snack late at night, you could go out to, as well as the general laws, what time, curfew starts. The local bathhouse, which is open 24/7, is just right across the street.
Wait, there's a curfew, but also a 24/7 bathhouse?
Yep.
Oh my god.
So, with
I
the
would
way...
guess the curfew probably only applies, or does not apply to the wealthy, probably.
That is listed there. The curfew is generally in Thascalus is you have to explain where you're going, or else the Night Watch is going to hassle you. Is all it really is. If you are like carrying bath equipment and you're very clearly going to a bathhouse, they aren't going to bother you. But if you are carrying burglar's tools and weapons and going somewhere, they will stop you. Remember, too, that I've said before that Thascalus' method of policing is just piling a bunch of untrained people into the police force, though, so...
So what you're telling me is that if I just go out with burglar's tools, but I also bring, like, soap with me, I could just say, oh no, I was heading to the bathhouse.
Potentially, but if they found your burglar's tools, then they're going to be like, well, why do you also have those? Do remember again... I want to reiterate, Thascalus police force is beat first, questions later. They pile on just hordes of people.
Wait, they beat the questions?
Yeah, they'll beat the questions out of you.
Anyway, so Lloyd, what you see inside your room is kind of madness as Valentin starts he starts rigging the door with the whip he has and tying it up with one of the scimitars so that if someone opens up the door, the whip is going to come loose and the scimitar is going to swing by. He's basically rigging a trap.
Lloyd?
Anyway, after he's finished, he just goes, yes, a job well done, and then I'm gonna go to sleep. If you need to get out in the middle of the night for, bathroom purposes, and I just kind of point to a certain knot, that one will set the whole thing loose. So you can trigger it before it, stabs you. Enjoy your night.
I'm super confused by this, but I just sort of go back to writing in my spellbook.
Okay.
That's the fuck out.
Morning comes eventually, and with it the heat of the desert returns to Thascalus. And all of you wake up well-rested and refreshed. As you go about your, daily morning routine. You know that today you need to return to the Snake Charmer's Manor in order to pick up Phazon, and around late evening, your ship will be departing.
Well, first off, I'm going to deactivate my own trap safely.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning, Lloyd. Sleep well?
I would have passed out at like a desk writing in my book.
Oh shit! Wait, no, my first thought is not. Did you sleep well? My first thought. Oh my God, Lloyd, are you alright?
I just sort of wake him up. I'm fine.
Are you sure you're fine? That can't be good for your posture.
I'm used to it.
How old are you, Lloyd? You're gonna be absolutely fucked by the time you turn 40.
I got a few more years then.
You gotta go to sleep in bed, man.
It's fine.
Oh, no, it's not fine. You can't just pass out at the writing desk. It's not healthy for you.
You
Hey,
get
come
used
on,
to
let's
it
go.
after a few years.
I mean, okay. Just wouldn't want you to turn into one of those pesky old wizard types that can't even lift their own arms. That's why they have to use magic to get them anywhere.
I'm still fit enough to lift my own weight.
Well, for now, because you're young. Once you start getting older, that's when it's gonna get really tough. I assume I'm not that old yet. Anyway, let's go get breakfast.
I pack up my stuff and start heading down.
Clang Clang and Xandra, anything about your morning routine?
Sandra would wake up and probably have read through her notes again. And then she doesn't have a whole lot of notes, but she reads through what she has and she goes back down after grabbing her few possessions. Was breakfast included in our stay, or do we need to go somewhere for that? She
No.
says towards the bartender.
It was included. I have your meal prepared for you already.
No, perfect. What'd you make for us?
Let's see. Do I have it near me? Sorry, give me a brief moment, and I will tell you what you've been prepared for breakfast. I just gotta find a particular book of mine.
Dreams.
Made you forget what you made.
I had something for this. I'm just trying to find it. Here it is.
Is it Knucklehead Trout? My
It
favorite.
is not Knucklehead Trout. He's prepared hand pies for you this morning, which are palm-sized pastries. They're stuffed with minced chicken.
Oh, delicious. Second only to my my other favorite, cream pies.
Oh, Jesus.
What? You ever had a cream pie? It's delicious, mate. They're sweet.
I've never
Also,
had
who
one,
is
but
this?
I've made many.
Sometimes they come with chocolate on them.
Also, who's this? Who's this? Jesus, bartender.
Oh my gosh. Along with your meal, you are all presented with a little bit of coffee for the morning.
Delicious. No, you're all right, mate. She grabs the hand pie and the coffee and struts away.
I pour a little bit of my whiskey into the coffee.
Clang Clang is gonna kind of look at the meat pie and like kind of like poke at it a little bit, and then noticing that it's chicken, she's gonna like make like a absolutely disgusting face, like she's gonna vomit, and then like slowly pushes it away, like she's just been offended, and then just drink the coffee instead.
Oh, all right. Well, I've prepared some of my own breakfast that you could have if the hand pie's not up to you. I've prepared bangers and smash. It's a dwarven meal.
Clang Clang is gonna quickly grab it with her little hands and like pull it towards her and start eating it really fast.
What? That's my breakfast. Don't eat all of it. What you're eating right now is a breakfast platter steaming with sausages and smashed baby potatoes. There's even some tomatoes included.
She just keeps eating it faster and like using one hand to try to like keep them at bay.
Please. I'm out. I'm out of the sausages. It's the core to the ingredient. No.
I push
No.
the pie that Clang Clang didn't eat over to him.
He looks at it, and he just picks up the hand pie, and he eats it, and he says, "Just like Meemaw used to make." And he heads back behind the bar, and he just disappears from view as he puts his back against the wall and just slides down it dejectedly, as if this was the straw that broke the camel's back. He's very much giving up right now as he just sinks down and he eats the hand pie. He's just like, it was my special treat. It was supposed to be my special treat. He just mumbles as you eat the breakfast he prepared for himself directly in front of him.
God.
I mean, to be fair, he was basically presenting her with a cannibalistic option.
Yeah. Pewter eventually comes down, the cleric that's been traveling with you, and good morning, all. Your companion, Lilac, has informed me that they have a few errands that they would like to see to in town before you all leave. And she'll be rejoining you at some point today.
Alright, sounds good.
As long as she shows up before we leave.
Clink like nods in understanding as there's like food all along her beak.
Worst case, she said that she'll meet with you all upon you boarding the ship.
Perfect.
What's
So we have about half a day before we need to get ready to board the ship, yeah?
Aye, we have the majority of the day ahead of us.
Do you guys want to do anything? Perhaps we go to the bathhouse? That sounds fun.
It wouldn't be
probably would.
quite some time before we are able to clean ourselves likely aboard the ship.
You're very right.
Sandra will shove the rest of the hand pie in her mouth. Well, then let's get to it. And she'll stand up and head for the door.
The bathhouse isn't very far, and, in your guys' general supplies upstairs, it included a complimentary, bathing kit, towel, bit of soap, things like that for you to bring to the bathhouse, with a sign that says, "Please return when done with." That I'm going to guess everyone will ignore, probably. You can But, yeah. You guys gather up your supplies. This is a shared bathhouse. As you get there, there's not, separate privacy for men or women. And there's quite a few people here already also hoping to start their days with a bath. Unlike normal bathhouses in other areas, water in Thascalis is still generally difficult to get thanks to the desert, meaning that there's no actual taps, and what there is that there is this kind of communal, a communal tub that is filled up daily by the guild that oversees the bathhouses in the city. So most people try to arrive in the morning before that water gets filthy throughout the day, as it is very much shared. There's buckets and other things that you can use.
How long is that? How long has it been since they changed the water, you think?
They change it daily.
Well, it is morning,
today.
How
long today since they changed it? An hour? 2? How many people do you think have been in this water already?
Lloyd, while Xandra is rambling, Clang Clang is just gonna already just be running towards the water, like strip down and like jump into it and like flap her feathers and everything, just like if it was a bird bath. So for her, it doesn't matter how filthy it is.
There's just water going everywhere.
Yes.
Lloyd and Clang Clang, both of you would know as well because you're native to the city. Thanks for coming by, LG. Both of you would know, since you're natives to Thascalis, that there is also a public health guild. They're kind of like city servants that include wizards and spellcasters interning with them that go around about noon and every day, and they cast prestidigitation to clean the water out. Salt is also added to it to try to keep it, generally as clean as possible.
So don't drink the salt water.
Yep, don't drink the bathwater.
Well, I guess
For a few
I'm going
reasons.
to.
No,
I'm
just
going
'cause
to
it's
keep-
salt water, just...
I'm going to keep my bath towel around me. But I'm gonna go into the water. Still got my eye patch on. I'm just gonna sink inside the water and just close my eyes and just take a moment to enjoy the last bit of civilization we might see for a bit, while trying to ignore everyone else around me.
Zandra will walk up to the water and look at it. Does it have a smell or anything that's off-putting?
No, not currently. It's still fairly early in the day, meaning that there's not a lot of people who have used it yet. So the bathwater does look new, fairly fresh, recently treated with salt and prestidigitation to clean out the filth from it. So they do their best to try to make sure that the water is clean so they can keep reusing it, thanks to the fact that water is hard to come by in the desert.
She will tentatively climb in and have a very concerned look on her face as she's cleaning herself.
There's a few children, around playing in the tub as well. Parents overseeing them. Other people getting ready for their day. You even see that there's a dog that's been brought into the tub. And it's having a great time. It's like a big sandy colored dog.
Wait a minute, a dog, you say?
Can I do a perception check to see if I see any stuff floating in the water?
For sure.
Can I do a perception check to see if the dog looks like me?
For sure. The party's really focused on the bathwater here.
God.
Jesus, Sandra.
Damn.
You don't see anything in the water, and yes, the dog looks suspiciously similar to you, Valentin.
A 10? Holy shit.
Sandra will relax a little bit and actually take the time to properly clean herself.
Valentin's eyes just narrowing at this dog. But why? What's the purpose? How did they find me? And then I think for a moment, oh no, never mind, I know why.
Lloyd,
Why?
you joining everybody in the tub?
Yep, I have no problem getting in. I'm not concerned about the water at all.
Lloyd cannonballing to the water.
No, I just walk in, but I'm used to it.
Yeah, you guys enjoy a nice relaxing bath. The salt water makes for a good scrub, too, when you scrub yourselves down with soap. Anyone doing anything in particular? Entertaining any of the children or the adults there? They do seem interested in you all, thanks to you all being very clearly foreigner. You are hearing roosters and such. This is my... we use Sirenscape for sound effects in the background and such. So there's currently background music playing, as well as, you can hear crowds of people talking in the background. I set up custom playlists for each one of my games.
Valentin's...
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I'm just going over in my head all of the bits and pieces of information that's leading up to this grand conspiracy that everyone's being gene spliced with me somehow. I'm just meditating, basically.
Okay. Anybody else up to anything?
Zandra will clean herself, but then quickly get out.
Oops.
And get dressed and head on out.
Okay. Anybody want to roll or do anything here, or are you planning on moving on?
I'm good, just to have a bath and then head off.
Okay.
Same.
Clang Clang is gonna get out of the bath once she's nice and comfy again.
All right, excellent. So you guys all finish up your bath, you towel off. It's still, before noon as you exit the bathhouse.
It was not at all what I was expecting.
Oh, and everybody go ahead and gain an inspiration.
Woo.
I think I got something I need to go buy. I will, I think I should go handle that real quick.
Where are you headed?
I'm just gonna buy an extra water skin just on the chance that we run into troubles and get stuck out there longer than we're expecting.
For sure, yeah. You find a trusty one for about 2 silver is all it's going to cost you.
Cool.
Rest of the party, what are you doing while she goes shopping?
I guess I'm gonna go buy any blacksmith or similar, like a forge, and ask them if they can melt down these and the like tips of the crossbow bolts.
Yeah,
I just want the pure metal, basically.
They can do so. It'll cost you a total of 16 copper.
That'll do. And how much metal do I get?
Just add 1 hunk of scrap metal to your inventory.
1 hunk of scrap metal.
It'll have the combined weight of all of the items that you melted down.
Even because I'm not keeping the handles or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So how is it the same weight?
Because I don't want to calculate weights.
Okay. Okay. I need to do math here.
Well, he's doing math. All right, so they're up to things. Lloyd and Clang Clang, what are you up to?
Considering she was very suspicious of him after their little battle and everything, Clang Clang is actually gonna try to be stealthy and follow Valentin around to see exactly what he's doing.
Sure, roll me a
Yes.
stealth. Valentin, you haven't told me that you're checking to make sure you're being followed, so she's rolling against your passive perception, and I believe you spot her.
So Clang Clang, when she gets into the blacksmith, she's actually going to be hiding behind a rack of weapons, but there's no you could clearly see her, feathers and everything.
So I'm going to go through the day. I'm gonna get up close to Clang Clang, spread the if she's hiding behind the weapons rack, I'm gonna take a piece of a weapon off for a moment so that she's completely unhidden. And I'm just gonna say, nice weapon, and I'm gonna put it back and pretend that I didn't see her. Clearly, whatever she's hiding from is very important, so I don't want to hurt her feelings.
And Lloyd, what are you up to then?
I guess I'll just be gathering up supplies and stuff, getting ready for leave, make sure everything's in place.
Yeah, Pewter does the same as you. All right, eventually everybody reconvenes, and now it's about noon. You got about 4 to 5 more hours before the ship leaves.
Oh, sorry. So, quick question.
Yep.
How much does a a +1 short sword cost?
You'd have to find a magic shop, and then it would generally be at least 1,000 gold.
Holy, okay, gotcha. Fair enough.
What does it cost to buy a short sword, and then write +1 on it?
Significantly cheaper. If you guys pooled your money together, you would come pretty close and might be able to negotiate for it. And do recall, too, that you could always ask the Snake Charmer if you really wanted for an advance on your pay. A further advance.
No, I'm alright. I just was checking the items list, and it was listed as 100 to 500, and it turns out that was quite a bit wrong. So I will just skip on that for now. I don't really need it that badly. However, if I can find some more darts, perhaps to buy.
Some more darts?
To buy some more darts, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. It is a total of 1 gold for a pack of 10 darts. Fairly inexpensive.
3 packs. I'll buy 3 packs.
Excellent.
You're gonna be a dart throwing machine. Just darts flying all over. I'm going to, for the rest of the time we're waiting, I'm gonna start disassembling the crossbows, so I get like the stock and the bow and string and everything. Just so I have all of the crossbows disassembled. For spare parts.
Sure, Clang, you watch as Valentin's doing this, considering that you've been stalking him all day.
Yep. Still stalking him. Whether he knows it or not.
Lloyd, at this point...
Roll another stealth just to see if if you
have mercy!
But this time I'm going to be actively looking.
Oh yeah, sure.
As well.
New stealth, and then a perception as well. Jeepers creepers! Everyone is cursed today on the dice.
God.
Oh my god.
Well, my passive perception is still. Wait, what is my passive perception? How do you calculate this? Plus. It's. What is it? Oh, it's just 10 plus. So it's 13, I think. Yeah, 13.
You do still spot them, but it's more like by accident. As you're looking in the areas where you think they would be, you just kind of see a feather drop down. And how are you hiding while he's doing this?
So Clang's gonna be behind a barrel actually, but she thinks she's hidden, but her tail feathers are actually like sticking out from behind it.
And what you intended on doing is that, well, there'd be no way she'd be hiding behind a barrel or something, but she might be hiding in a barrel, and then you spot her tail feathers picking out when you're going over to the barrel to, like, look inside of it.
Hey, Clang.
She just looks up and then, like, gets spooked and, like, pretends she's, like, looking for something. Like, gets down on the ground.
You, like, want to help me out or something?
She like jumps to her feet and just kind of like looks at him and like shakes her head no. Still not trusting him.
Are you feeling lonely? What is this?
What is this?
Fair enough. Well, if you don't mind, I'm gonna go back to my tinkering.
Even though she's been spotted, she still doesn't like leave. She still just watches him from afar.
Every now and then you like glance over to see if Clang's left while you're working. You see big bird eyes watching you from behind things. Lloyd, you and Pewter have basically triple-checked everything at this point, and Pewter looks to you and says, should we go and pick up the princeling then?
probably for the best to get it out of the way.
All right. And the two of you head over to Sars Walk. You go to the same plaza that you were in before. You speak quickly with the guard out front. And he nods, returns into the manor after just saying, "Wait out here a moment." A few minutes later, he brings not Phazin, who you were expecting, but a timid-looking servant. Excuse me, adventurer, she calls out.
Yes?
The guard tells me that you're here to pick up Master Phazin.
That is correct.
She wrings her hands nervously. But, well, sir, he left with you all this morning. Did you lose track of him?
Oh no, it's the relenting clones.
We never picked him up. We were told to pick him up in the afternoon.
He told all of the maids and servants that you were here to pick him up. The Lord of the Manor doesn't know yet. If he's not with you... And she seems nervous as fuck right now.
Just for clarification, I am there with them or not with them? Because I was
Not
still
with
shopping.
them. Yeah, you're still shopping. They went to do this while you guys were shopping at other things, so this is about
Perfect.
just in the afternoon.
While all of this is going on, I'm just going to see how well I disassemble these. Yeah.
Sort of let out a sigh and... Can we speak to the snake charmer?
Yes, I'll tell the head butler to inform him of what's happened, and he'll meet with you in the same room you met with him last time. I believe you know the way?
Indeed.
And, I'm very sorry, sir, for the inconvenience. She gives a curtsy. She seems nervous, like overly nervous, as she quickly dashes away, and you can do whatever you want right now, as Pewter looks at you and says, "I believe this complicates our work. Shall I go fetch the others?"
Please do.
And Pewter heads into Thascalus, waiting at the inn as the others complete their task. But Lloyd, you're the one here now, so do you head to meet with the snake charmer?
I do.
The snake charmer is already waiting for you in his room this time, unlike last time when you had to wait for him for a little bit. And this time there's none of his concubines scattered around the stage. What there is that there is a group of armed people.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
I hear that you have lost track of my son.
We came to pick him up and have been informed that he has already left.
I believe he lied to the servants. This is not your fault, but I would task you now with finding him. The worm likely hasn't left Thascalus yet and is trying to avoid being shipped out to Nessus.
Do you have any ideas of where he may have gone?
He has a few watering holes he frequents throughout the city. I would look for him in the Sawa Quarter or in the Sand Docks.
Very well. And when we find him, what would you like us to do with him?
Whatever you'd like. I've tasked
Drag
you
him
with
along?
I've tasked you with transporting him to Nessus. I do not care the shape that he's in when he arrives, so long as he's not dead. Transport him however you like. He has a job to do, and I will not let him wriggle his way out of this one. I've been too soft on him his entire life. It's finally time he grow a fucking spine. Should you have need of it, I will be dispatching a few guards throughout the city as well.
Very well. It will gather my companions and we will begin our search.
Snake Charmer nods. He also has a friend he's been carousing with lately. A local by the name of Naharim. Another, son of a merchant. They're fond of creating quite a ass of themselves.
And whereabouts can I find them?
The working girls in the sand docks have likely heard of them. My son can't find a partner unless he's flashing his gold generally. Women and men find him quite distasteful.
Very well. I will head off and gather the others.
The Snake Charmer is watching you go, and he says, "Mr. Lloyd," as you're leaving.
I stop.
Should my son not be boarding the Blue Swallow, as you cannot find him in time, I will be taking a chunk out of your promised payments to commission and charter a new ship.
Very well. I will do my best to ensure he is on the boat.
Please do.
And I carry on leaving.
Alright. You guys meet back up in the Cheerful Beggar after finishing your things. With, Pewter having informed you that the sun is missing already, as Lloyd comes in.
How is he missing?
Wait, so we're all together now?
Yep, you're all together at the
Okay.
Cheerful Beggar.
I would have also bought a grappling hook.
Oh, feel free. Whatever the cost is in the items list is how much it's coming to.
Cool. I already moved the gold then. Someone's missing then. Oh, I knew he was a slippery little ear. Guess we better go find him. Where did they say he'd be? Probably at some rich ball or something. Hanging out with some
There's a
hookers or
couple of
something.
bars, or he may have picked up some working girls.
Yee, just look at that. He's a slow
Right.
to get.
So, we got the local, one of the local whorehouses. We have a drinking hole, and we got his friend that we need to figure out.
Perhaps we should split up. 2 and 2, go to different, or 3 and 3, go to different locations.
Yeah, I think that might be for the best.
Well, maybe I'm just optimistic, but I figure it'd be pretty easy for us to capture him once we find him. Especially in groups of 3, it's not like he's exactly fit. He can't run from us, can he?
We have also been given permission to use non-lethal force if necessary.
Yeah, perfect. Except for, yeah. We'll be gentle.
Right. So, how would you like to split up our searching party, so to speak?
That's your job. You're the leader. You pick that out.
I guess I'm honored to have been named leader in interim, at least. Well then. I think it says just as likely that he isn't any of those places, and it could be that when we go to one place, we'll figure out that the place that we're going to is the same still. So, how about 3 of us go looking for his friend, and the other 3 go to whatever house of prostitutes there are. And if he said
I'd like to
neither
go
of them-
there. I'd like to go there.
right.
I'd like to
And
go
if
there.
he's
I'd like to go
if-
there.
If he's at neither of those places, we'll go meet up at one of the local drinking areas.
Do you have one in particular, or are we just gonna wander around until we find each other?
Well, I assume that because he's a fairly well-known figure, right? So we should be able to figure out fairly quickly which one he frequents the most. He probably does a pub crawl.
Wait, no, just so I don't get it mixed up. What was his name again?
Bison.
Faison?
Faizan, I'm pretty sure.
Faison. Oh, what a shitty name. All right, well, let's be on then. I haven't got time to lose. We've got a boat to catch.
Right, I guess I'll go see if I can find his friend. Who would like to come with me to see if we can find his friend?
I'll come with you.
Right, you and me, Lloyd. Anyone else? How about you, Pewter?
Yes, if you'd like me to come, I can.
All right, we'll take Pewter. You guys can take
It'll be me, Clang Clang, and Lilac. Easy enough. Let's go.
exactly.
Let's go,
Yeah.
ladies.
All right, which group do I want to run first?
Doesn't matter to me. Either's fine.
Run the ladies first, I guess.
All right, Clang Clang and Zandra, what are you guys up to? Where are you going?
We were headed to the brothel, correct? That's what we decided on.
There's many in the town. The majority of them are close to the sand docks.
All right. I guess we should probably make our way towards the sand docks then, yeah?
For sure. Walking
In,
there... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Walking there doesn't take too long. The sand docks appear to be the more upscale version of the docks. The blood docks are far more gritty. The sand docks, however, are have a lot of local businesses around and supporting, whereas the blood docks are 99% warehouse. There's a lot of bars here. There is a lot of entertainment. In quotation marks. Clang Clang, you're aware that this is the kind of the red light district as well.
Clang Clang specifically.
Yeah, you've Clang Clang lives here,
Oh.
like in
Yeah, I live
Dascalis.
here.
Not in the red light district
Yeah.
necessarily, but
No, not yeah.
Your own crew, your former crew, did a lot of work out of the sand docks. It's kind of the classy place to go when you're looking for a good time, or things that might not be entirely illegal, but certainly aren't legal, if you know what I mean.
Since Clang Clang is from here, would it be possible to do like some sort of perception check on knowing which places the prince normally goes to?
An insight or a history would work well.
Okay. Let's see.
In addition, his friend Naharim, the prince has done his best. Faison has done his best to stay out of the public eye lately because he's been on house arrest. But his friend Naharim is also a well-known figure. His family owns a fabric store that's done very well as of late. So you can go ahead and roll me something to figure out where they frequent. If you're looking for the friend Naharim, you'll have an easier time than if you're looking for Faison.
Got it. Okay. I'll do. I'm feeling lucky.
There are 3 very popular brothels in the Sand District. The Wet Bitch. I knew that name was going to get a laugh. Rain on the Sand.
Wow.
And the Dusty Traveler. Those are the three major brothels in the area. Rain on the Sand is the most upscale out of all of them. The Wet Bitch is the least upscale. And then the Dusty Traveler is supposed to focus on, like, a very wide range menu for what people enjoy, to put it in a safer stream way.
Well, any idea on local brothels, either of you? I'm not too well versed in the area.
Kling decides to take Zandra to the Wet Bitch to see if Phazon might be there.
It's the sign out front of the establishment is that of a dog that is soaking, sopping wet, as if it had been left out in the rain. And it's one of those places that masquerades as like a tavern dive bar, but everyone knows what actually goes on at it. It's very, very seedy out front. There's drunk people kind of passed out. It's although the sand docks is supposed to be more upscale, this is probably the lowest scale place in the entire joint. It's also the closest to the docks themselves.
I'd like to make a perception check to peek around, see if I see the prince, or the prince.
Around out front,
the sun, Phazon.
Yeah, you're looking around for Phazon. Around out front, and in the nearby alleyways, there's a bunch of drunkards that, obviously can't afford to get in anymore or have been kicked out, and they're just kind of, although it's barely noon, they're way into their cups at this point. You also spot a few annoyed foremen clearly looking for their employees. You're not the only person here searching. And as you're watching, there is a man being led out of the brothel by his ear by a woman who's yelling at him very, very frustratedly. But you do not spot the son out front just yet, nor any sign that he might be here. You'd have to go in to check.
All right, I'll head in, and then I'd like to look around.
Have you tried looking up in the sky?
He was just flying there for no reason.
The inside
No, it's because the sun is up there.
The inside of the bar is almost smothering with the amount of incense being burned inside, clearly to cover up any other unruly smells. The Cheerful Beggar looks like a palace compared to this place. The tables are all like dingy, stained, and dirty. The barmaids are, to put it nicely, past their prime. Same for the men who work there as well. They're very, very dressed, scantily, and there is a elderly-looking halfling currently sat behind the bar, a woman.
All right, and I don't see Phazon?
No, this building does have a second floor, though, that you're assuming where the business actually takes place. Out here, it's just scantily clad bar workers that are providing services.
And to be clear, if I rolled a perception check, would it? That
Yes.
wouldn't change anything?
No, it might.
Okay.
With a 14, you're looking around for your quarry, and, let's see. You spot someone you recognize. One of the servants that you had seen in the Snake Charmer's manor, who is currently sat at a table and being ministered to by one of the workers.
Sandra will go over to his table and just take a seat without being invited.
He glances at you and he says, "Oh gods, he told me you wouldn't find out."
Oh yeah? Well, seems we found out. So, you gonna spill the beans or what's up?
He he's still
He's spilling something, all right. Hey, oh.
his servicer, I guess. She kind of looks up at you and says, "Should I stop?"
No, you can keep doing it. It's fine. I don't mind.
Oh. And her head disappears under the table again as the guy looks at you and is just he's not looking very happy right now. He's saying, I'll get in a lot of trouble if I tell you, but he's not here."
And you think that you're gonna get in more trouble with him than with the snake charmer?
What? He told me that that Master Nazir knew.
No, it seems that he lied to you. And if you don't want to be in trouble with the snake charmer, it's best to tell me everything you know about where he is. We've got a boat to catch, and if he doesn't get on that boat, the snake charmer's gonna know about what you did.
Roll me a check at advantage, considering this man's current distraction.
Is this an what kind of check is this?
Intimidation, persuasion.
Oh boy, I'm
charisma
fantastic at the both of them. Okay. God damn it, dude. -3, dude. Oh, at advantage you said. Oh, sorry, let me roll another.
Yep, you get advantage.
That one didn't go through even though it rolled. Do you want me to roll it again?
Please and thank you.
Oh my
Oh my gosh.
Thank God it had advantage.
Oh my god.
Thank God. It didn't
Oh
help a
my
lot.
God.
But oh my God.
Ah, yes, the poker face over there.
The servant kind of for a moment just blinks a few times, and then he says, "I'm fucked either way. I'm fucked either way. You're just gonna tell Master Nazir if I tell you. I'm ruined.
I mean,
I may as well
look at it
just
way.
enjoy
If
this
you tell
while I
us where the
can."
if you tell us where the prince is, at least we'll get on the boat and we'll leave. If you don't tell us where the prince is, you have to deal with us now. Do you want the
Clang
problem
is
now
gonna-
or later?
Clang Clang is gonna stand next to Zandra and like kind of tap like the dagger on her side,
Oh god.
trying to be intimidating.
You can roll me one too.
Oh god, no. Oh, maybe. Hold on, where is it?
Yeah, you've got to have better than a -3. Come on.
You also have advantage as a note. The situation hasn't changed. He's currently trying to like lean back and just enjoy this before he gets fired at this point. He's got his eyes closed and is just like looking up at the sky. You can roll the second
He
time.
has his priorities
Yeah,
straight.
you can roll the second time and take the highest. Clang clang.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. Just in case you get like a 20 or something.
That's how that works. Oh, sweet. Okay, hold on.
You should just speak with his boss's voice.
A 19, hell yeah! With a 19, he just says, "Oh, fine, I can't take it anymore. I can't endure it. I can't finish with you here." He's up. He's upstairs. He's upstairs with his friend Naharim. They just told me that they were gonna find you later on, and that I just had to say that he left with you already, and then I'd get treated to a full day of just enjoyment.
All right, well, you enjoy that, and she'll like tap him on the shoulder as she gets up. Have a good time. And she'll like lean down and whisper in his ear, "Grandma's tits," and then she'll like get up and leave.
He makes a strange sound at that. And and his eyes kind of cross as he looks upwards. You go upstairs. There's a lot of, sounds coming behind the various doors. You've been told that he's in room 301. I'm not doing any voice acting or sound effects for this chat. It's bad enough I'm already doing it. Jesus. Anyway,
My immersion, though.
Don't you start with
My
me.
immersion ruined.
Immersion is ruined.
Well, I could toss in a couple moaning sounds if you like, River.
Sometimes I write things, and then I go.
Everyone moan.
You guys can do whatever you want. I have my streams marked as 18 plus for a reason. One time in one of my games, Valentin got pegged. It was part of a. They filmed it too. It was in my Cyberpunk game.
I didn't get pegged. My character did.
It was to infiltrate. It was to infiltrate another organization. They're playing the goddamn Pornhub theme. Chat just paid the bits to do it. Thank you, chat, for your support. But yes, I'm used to this kind of stuff. But sometimes I will write things, and in my head I'm like, oh yes, this makes sense for the story and the characters involved. And then I'll get to like narrating them, and I'm like, why the fuck did I write this? It's like, I don't want to narrate this. Oh, there's the sexy sax too. Thank you so much for your support, chat. But my streams are marked 18 plus, meaning that this kind of content is okay. I'm just heavily embarrassed right now.
But you're saying it's okay.
Yeah, it's totally fine. You guys can do what you want. Like, it
Oh no, don't say that. You're giving too much power.
Oh no.
I'll be the DM.
Oh, Jesus. In any event, you... Chad, I appreciate your support, but please... You pass through many, many rooms of which there are unspeakable acts and very, Jesus, thick sounds coming from the other side. I thought so long on any other word I could use but thick, but I couldn't think of anything. My brain is fried at this point. You pass through many rooms. You know what? That's it. I'm just going to be direct on this. You pass past rooms. People are fucking in them. Very clearly.
Damn.
You know that you're looking for room 301.
Zandra will do the same whistle she did when they first met the snake charmer. He like was kissing on his concubine. And she'll walk up to door 301.
There is a very large orc out in front of it, with his arms crossed.
Yes, up, mate. I think we need what's in there.
He looks you up and down. He looks like a mercenary, a bouncer, essentially. Was told you might be showing up. You're not coming in here.
You know the snake charmer sent us, right? You really want to piss him off?
Don't care. I got paid good coin to keep you out.
It's good coin worth your life.
Intimidation?
Oh, boy.
Hold on. Before you roll, either one of you can make this roll if you wanted to just roleplay working together. To do this, you'll have advantage doing it as well.
We have 3 people here, right? So could I, like, point to both of them over my shoulder? You know, I might not be super intimidating, but they're kind of scary.
That'll work. And then, Clank, how do you back it up?
I might not look very intimidating, but they sure are. She literally copies her and like points to Zandra and the other one. It's literally
The
copies
other
her.
one. The other one.
Pewter.
Oh, God.
Pewter cracks her
No,
neck.
no, no.
Pewter went with us.
We have
Wait,
Lilac.
wait, no, we have
Oh, you have
Lilac.
Lilac?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me check Lilac's charisma. It's a +1 to it, meaning I still think Clang, you're gonna be the best one rolling it.
Wait, whoa, am I rolling?
Out of
At advantage.
Just out of curiosity for mechanics. In Pathfinder, you can assist others with their rolls.
Yep, this is what you guys are doing.
So I
to give
could roll,
advantage.
and then if I roll high enough, I give them an assistance. Is that the same way it works?
Nope, you
No,
just
it's
get to do it
actually easier in
automatically.
D&D.
Yeah, it's an action called the help action, and you can even use it in combat to grant advantage on an enemy, but you have to be within 5 feet of the person you're using it to. To go
Okay.
over quickly the full description of the help action, let me just read this off. You help one creature with a task, giving that creature advantage on the next ability check it makes for that task. Or you distract one creature within 5 feet of you, and the next attack an ally of yours makes against that creature has advantage. Whichever you choose, the advantage goes away when used or when your next turn starts. So in this case, Xandra, you'd be taking the help action to Clang Clang, so Clang Clang has advantage on this roll.
I have a quick question.
I have a quick answer.
Well, they already rolled, so I didn't have a chance to... That's a deception. Is that what you meant to roll?
Oh no! Oops!
That's fine.
Well,
also, hold on.
I was
Before
just gonna
you say anything,
ask.
wait.
Can...
Go ahead, Valentin,
Okay.
and then I'll explain. But don't roll just yet, Clang Clang.
Oh, I was just gonna ask if you like allow people to use another stat for their, intimidation. Like instead of using charisma, they use, if they crack their knuckles and they have big beefy muscles, to kind of use strength for their modifier instead.
I do sometimes allow that if the roleplay for it makes sense. Like if they did something like that, Clang Clang.
Yeah,
just
I'm not saying it does.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it might not do it now. I'm just saying for the future that someone that is hit at actually like charisma can still do like in Zandra's case, she could like do kung fu noises or something. I don't know. And use dexterity.
Please, there's already enough kung. There's already enough kung fu noises coming behind the many closed doors around them right now.
Kung fu is short for kung fucking.
Jesus. Clang Clang, I would like you to, at the bottom of the chat bar, you should see a few buttons down there underneath the chat bar. The one that says ADV, if you select it, you will roll at advantage.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. Okay, so I can just click that. Oh,
Yep.
nice.
You click that, and then you're going to click your intimidation. As Valentin said, in the future, if you do something physically intimidating, like if Xandra, if you grab someone and slam them against like a wall, I would let you roll your check using strength as a basis instead.
My strength is a -1.
Then if you can think of a way of using dexterity for it, I would allow it still too.
Do a backflip,
perfect.
intimidatingly.
Clang Clang.
Also, slamming
Bruh.
someone into the wall just sounds like a good time.
The half-orc shakes his head.
Did you get a 4 on your or 7 on your advantage?
Yeah. Today's person.
Did you get a -1?
No, I'm not upset with you. I'm just amazed by our luck right now. Our luck is fantastic.
We've been
Okay.
rolling amazing all session.
As
Why
a
did
note,
we send the
Oh,
uncharismatic
shit.
people to the
Excuse
brothel?
me, I got a 16 and a 19 at least once when it didn't matter. Let me have this.
So, by the way, off on the different side of the city, Lloyd just asked Valentin, those 3 people don't look very charismatic. Should we really have sent them over to the brothel? And I'll just shrug and say, oh, they seemed like they wanted to go.
the half-orc shakes his head. You're not getting in.
Quick question. Can I get what a layout of the interior looks like? Are there windows? Do the rooms have windows to the outside, or
Yeah.
are these all like interior rooms and things like that?
You walked around it. The wet bitch. I fucking can't believe I named it that too. Why did I name? Sometimes again, I'll write things and I'll be like,
just a wet
"This
dog,
is."
it's okay.
I'll write things and I'll be like, "This is clever," and then I'll go later on. Why? Why do I do this to myself? Anyways, you walked around the outside of it later. It's very clearly that this was like a repurposed building into this, meaning there are still windows on the outside. They were covered up with curtains in most places, but there are alternative means of entry into these various rooms. In general, there is the bottom first floor, which has the tables and a very shitty excuse for a bar with the elderly halfling woman behind it. That area is kind of like a wide open space, so this way You can see the various workers on display as they move through the tables, serving people, quotation marks. Then upstairs, it's kind of like this really long, narrow hallway that was clearly once used for, like, an inn. Similar in construction to the Cheerful Beggar, actually, but the inn rooms are now in use for other acts.
All right.
The outside of the building is, unlike the Wet Bitch, which was made out of stone, this looks like hardened clay.
Could I, if you know what, she'll turn to Clang Clang and Void like, I need to actually go talk to someone. How about you two keep discussing with him? I'll be right back, okay? And she'll just head down the hallway, back out the way they came.
All right, you head out the hallway.
And she'll head outside, and she'll try to go to approximately the same location as room 301, just on the outside.
I would like you to roll me a perception just to see if you can figure it out. I would also allow another stat if you wanted to roll something else and can sell me.
I have decent perception!
Hey!
Yeah! Let's go!
You're pretty sure you found the right room, and you even note something else, too. There is a pair of ass cheeks in the window right now, like being pushed up against it. The curtain isn't fully drawn.
She pulls out her grappling hook. She'd like to
Sandra,
grapple to the roof. Of
sorry,
the,
with a 20, you hear a familiar voice as well, and you can.
And I probably also hear.
Oh, absolutely, you do. But you also hear, oh yeah, call me the snake charmer, baby. Tell me I'm a big man.
Oh no. Question.
I can't help but notice that I lost a viewer while saying that, and you know what? I don't blame them.
Is there any way I can possibly... Well, Clang Clang can hear this and possibly use this and mimic later.
Yeah, you hear this very easily.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, you're right outside the door. You hear all sorts of stuff. You also hear, like, a riding crop every now and then.
Oh, nice.
You
Clang Clang's about to change her name to Bang Bang.
And yeah, Valtreya, you with the aid of the grappling hook, this is not a difficult climb. There are, as I said, a kind of, the area's thick with drunks and such like that, meaning I would like you to just roll me a stealth just to see if you're noticed by anybody.
Sure thing.
You're rolling against passive perception, though. No one really cares. Yeah, you're able to find an area to hook the grappling hook and then kind of move around through. I'm not going to make you roll in athletics, and yeah, you make it to the window, and you're kind of right beside it, but you're not in front of it yet. So anyone on the inside can't see you, and you can definitely hear more of what's going on in there, as you can hear Phaeton's voice.
I was just gonna ask if she should have rolled like an attack roll to see if she could hook the grappling hook, or if she rolls on that one and just smashes the window.
That'd be up to you if you wanted to, but I don't mind just narrating that you're up there.
I'm okay with being up there for this time. I've rolled enough low rolls. Things have gone poorly enough already.
Grapple hook his ass cheek.
I was ready to roll for it, but when you narrated me being up there, I'm gonna take it. She will she'll slide over to the window and give it like a nice little tick 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 knock.
No one seems to hear you. She'll
knock a bit harder.
Again, over the rhythmic slapping sounds going on in there, and Phaeton's constant telling his partner to reassure him, essentially. You even hear him one time go, "Am I doing a good job? Tell me I'm doing a good job." And then the whoever he's with is like, "Oh, you're doing a great job, baby. You're the best I've ever had.
God.
Give me your snake. Give
Oh,
me that big snake."
Oh God. Oh shit. God, what do I? She'll so it's a piece of glass, right? Is it like a window that opens?
Yep.
Can she pry it open?
Pretty easily. It's not locked.
Okay, she
Just
pries it
love-
open.
You begin opening it, it gets a lot louder, and you hear the girl who's, pushed up against it go, "What the fuck?" And you then hear from inside, No, don't say that. Please." As she kind of like, "No, get off of me," and she pushes you off. Someone's at the fucking window! And the curtains get drawn back, and what you see is a room with, Phazin, another man, and then just a bunch of women that are all dressed in various things. The other guy is currently suspended but from the ceiling.
They know how to have a good time. Hell yeah.
And there is a there is. Why did I write this?
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello. There is a large half-orc woman with a very large riding crop slapping him currently. You hear a muffled from him as he's facing the window.
Looks
Oh,
like you
fuck.
guys are having a good time.
"Oh fuck, they found me!" Phazin yells.
Yeah, mate, it wasn't too hot. You're kind of fucking loud. We could hear you down the block. Everyone knows about your snake charm. She laughs at him and looks down.
He looks down and quickly covers himself up with his hands and says, Look, listen. How much do I have to pay you to get you to not tell anybody I'm here, and you can leave me here too?"
Not happening, mate. Look, I know you're real happy about pissing off your father, but I'm not really. It's not exactly my line of business staying alive, pissing off the person who's paying me, so I think you're coming with us.
I'm not trying to piss him off. I don't want to go. I've never been outside of Thascalis before. Please, I don't know what I'm doing.
That's too bad. I don't make the rules. I just enforce them right now. And I don't put anything against your body standing at the door, trying to keep us from getting in, but he's not the brightest. So, perhaps you should come with us.
All the fight goes out of him, and you can see that physically, too.
Oh, and she'll, look down and, kind of wince.
As he just says,
You had your last romp. I hope you had a good time.
"Fine."
You had your last romp here in the city. We're gonna have a trip, and maybe you can find some new ladies to romp on in the next city,
He smells.
It's not all over.
He smells and reeks of booze, by the way, and he looks to the guy who's, the workers are quickly untying him and letting him down.
No. Leave him tied for now.
No.
He's not done. He can have some more fun. I only need this
Naharim
one.
said he's gonna come with me. Please, I'm gonna be all alone there.
He's my emotional support sex friend.
He's my best friend. Please.
Are we getting paid more to take him?
I'll pay you more. Yeah.
You'll pay us to let him come along. How much are we talking?
How many?
Because that's another Corey we have to keep track of. We have to take care of. We have to protect. You realize this takes a lot of effort.
200 gold.
Each?
I can't do each. My dad cut me off. Wait! One of the workers says. Your dad cut you off?
Ooh, that's not the right thing. You should have said, mate. Oh.
Popeye's gonna cut your little snake charmer off if you don't pay him again. He immediately turns to them and says, "Don't tell Popeye, please."
Popeye?
I swear, I'm good for it when I come back.
You probably want to get going on that coming with us thing before things turn ugly.
He's just openly, like, clearly doesn't know how to handle the situation, and he's drunk. So he's like, please, 200 for all of you, and I swear, I'm good for it.
Very well.
For you.
Get dressed. Let's get going. Grab your clothes.
Okay. Naharim, we gotta hurry.
And tell your little buddy at the door to let the two ladies in so they can help you on your way, okay?
Okay. He quickly knocks on the door. The door opens. The guy looks and sees you in there, Zandra, and he looks cross with you. Then he looks to Phazon and says, "I'm not getting paid, am I?" Phazon says, "No." And one of the prostitutes calls out, "I don't think you were getting paid anyways." And the half-orc says, "You know, when Popeye hears about this, he's gonna..." And Phazon just goes, "Yes, I know already."
I'm so glad I bought that grappling hook.
In short order, they have freed Naharim, who gives a very sheepish introduction. And he's even drunker than Phazon is. He's like, "Thanks for saying I could come along. Phazon is my..."
You can do your introduction on the ship when you got your clothes on, mate. I don't need to see it. Let's get going. Come on, we've got places to be, mates.
You look a little disgusted with me right now.
No.
What does he look like, by the way?
Naharim is much smaller than Phazon, and as he's putting on his clothing, you can see that he actually has a bit of a better physique, as if this guy actually, tries to work out and such like that. Let's see, generally tanned skin. Unlike Phazon, whose short black hair is generally straight, this guy is very, very curvy, kind of wavy, curly hair that he keeps a little bit long. Otherwise, there's not really any distinguishing features. He looks exactly as you'd kind of expect of the son of a wealthy merchant. And he clearly keeps himself in shape. His skin is soft. Out of the two of them, Naharim is definitely the more handsome because he actually, takes time to do skincare routine and such like that, whereas Phazon just strikes you as the kind of guy who wakes up, gets out of bed, and then gets drunks and parties all day. The difference between them majorly right now is that Naharim clearly cannot handle his alcohol. He's way drunker than Phazon.
Are you gonna be alright, mate?
Yeah, I'm gonna be fine. And as he's putting on his pants, he kind of just topples over. No.
Oh, shoot. She'll pull out a gold piece to the nearest, and look to the nearest worker there. Can you help him get dressed? Oh, I know it's not what you're supposed to get paid, but...
No, that's more than
I'm
enough
not
to help
rich
him
like
get
the
dressed.
snake charmer.
Yeah, I'll take it. And the worker's helping him get dressed, and as Naharim's getting dressed, he looks up and he says, "Thank you, Mommy."
Oh, I'm not your mommy.
But you're so pretty and nice, just like a mommy should be.
Yeah, that's
Ooh, I'm a
oddly
bit worried that
wholesome,
he
but
thinks his mummy should be
super
pretty.
creepy at the same time.
One of them's got daddy issues, the other one has mummy issues.
Nice.
You two are quite the pair.
Soon they're both dressed, and Phazon's trying to help Naharim walk, but it's clear Phazon's a little bit wobbly too, as they follow you out of the wet bitch. Meanwhile,
Perfect.
across town, Lloyd and Valentin, would you like to role-play out what you've been doing, or would you like me to just say that, well, obviously your investigations, you do not find him?
Oh, no, hell no. I want to go find this merchant's son's house.
Okay, alright, cool.
So, as we're walking, I turn to Lloyd, and I say, "Do you want to know why I didn't want to go to the brothel?"
Why?
So there are two reasons. One, I'm uncomfortable around prostitutes. Two, I already assume that this good-for-nothing nobody is already going to be at the brothel. Because that's the impression I got of him the first time we were around. What we're instead going to do is that we're going to get paid extra for our troubles.
How so?
Well, we'll find out when we get there. First, we need to find out if someone is actually there or not. If there's people at his home, it's gonna get a bit more difficult.
After some quick inquiries, you find out, without needing any roll, because people are more than willing to talk about it, that there are actually 2 buildings that if you're looking for Naharim, he could be at. There is the family home in Stars Walk, and they also own a shop in the Sawa Quarter.
As we're walking through the streets, by the way, I just want to be on the lookout for any wanted posters or similar.
For sure.
I don't spot any that is, oddly resemblant of a certain clone.
No.
Okay, good. Whew. Okay, well, nothing to worry about then. Anyway, so we get to the
Which one
the
are you going
merchant's
to?
home.
The shop or the home?
The home.
The family owns Fantastical Fabrics. And their family name... Give me a sec, just checking my notes.
Merchant is his name.
No, I'm just trying to find it. I know I've written it down somewhere.
Merchante.
Merchante.
I'm telling you, Lloyd, we're gonna get to the bottom of this clone mystery.
What? What clones?
You know how they've been splicing my genes with everything, somehow?
When did this happen?
What do you mean, when did this happen? Don't you remember the word jackals? They all had similar features to me. As did the lord that they were after, and also the guy that were attacking. Didn't you see Azandra's drawing? It looked exactly like me.
I did not. The jackals, they look like jackals.
Yes, but they had similar facial structures to me.
Fantastical Fabrics is owned by the Marwan family.
Yeah, so we find the Morrowans family home.
Sure, it's a much smaller estate than the Snake Charmers. They're not one of the mercantile princes family, but they very clearly do well for themselves. They're kind of on the outskirts of Stars Walk. There isn't a guard or a butler. There is a front door. It's a humble-looking manor.
All right, here's the plan. Is Lloyd handsome, or is he like? Does he prefer to wear a hood on so that people can't see his disgusted face?
Wow!
I mean, very potential to be like handsome, but he has not groomed himself properly. Like, his hair has not been cut in a while. Has not had a shave.
Right, so in comparison to Valentin, who keeps himself well groomed, he looks at you and he says, all right, so here's the deal. You're gonna go knock on that front door and see if someone comes answering that door. In the meantime, I'm gonna sneak around the back and I'm gonna see if I can unlock the door for the backside. So you distract whoever is there in the front, together with Pewter. And I'm gonna see if I can't get to the bottom of this.
But aren't we just trying to find their son?
We already know his son is gonna be at the brothel. We're here for the much bigger picture, Lloyd. We're here to find the root of the conspiracy.
I turned to Peter. Do you know what conspiracy he's on about?
Sorry?
Do you know what conspiracy he's on about?
Yeah, you were there when it was established.
Is that what Pewter says back?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were asking me, the DM, not Pewter. Pewter just shakes her head and says, honestly, I have no idea, but I heard the others speaking about it last night.
Okay. So what, you just want us to knock at the front door?
Well, here's the thing. If no one opens up the door, that means that it's probably empty at the moment, which means I have free reign. But if someone does open the door, your job is to distract them as I'm going through their rooms to see if I can't find any proof of this conspiracy. And if nothing else, I'll probably just find something to pay off for the extra trouble we had to go through to find the snake charmer's son. Lloyd, and I put my hands on both of his shoulders. Are you with me on this?
Not really.
I flip my eye patch up. Are you with me on this? Underneath his eye, that's covered up by the eye patch, is a completely normal eye. Beautiful, beautiful violet eyes. But other than that, nothing special.
Do you know what the consequence for theft here is?
It's not theft. Theft is when you're stealing something that doesn't belong to you. I think that we're just retaking something that belongs to us to begin with. Which is the pain and suffering we have to go through because of this snake charmer's son.
But we're not taking from the snake charmer, we're taking from an unrelated family.
Lloyd, they're not unrelated. It's all part of the conspiracy. Look, trust me.
All I know is if you get caught, it's on you.
Oh, yeah. We don't know each other. You were just there asking for Bison and Nahirim. I'm completely unrelated.
I sighed very well.
Hey, look, we're gonna find out this conspiracy and we're gonna stop something terrible from happening to the world. I know it. Alright. If you don't hear back from me in 10 minutes, we meet back at the dock, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I get ready to wait until he starts knocking at the door, and then I'm going to sneak around my way to the back.
Okay. I'll run Lloyd's interaction first.
Okay.
So, Lloyd?
I knock at the door.
There's a short pause, and then a little girl opens the door. She's dressed in, just a little robe.
How little is this little girl? Like
About 8 years old.
8 years old? Okay.
She looks up at you with big eyes.
I'm gonna sort of kneel down and smile and say, are your parents home?
Daddy, someone's at the door for you, she calls out. And then she, just kind of walks away from you. And a few minutes later, a tall guy, curly, kind of wavy black hair, dressed in nice clothing, but you're able to tell there's heavy bags under his eyes, as if he wasn't sleeping great. Answers the door and looks at you. Yes, how can I help you?
Hello, sir. I'm currently looking for your son.
What did he do this time?
We've been paid to escort the snake charmer's son, and they appear to have done a runner, so we're trying to track them down.
The guy just sighs and says, I'm sorry, I don't know where he is right now.
Do you know any places he regulars at?
Well, I think he has a job in the sand docks. He, is a foreman.
I see.
He should be there working it right now.
Well, I think that's all the information I need. You look tired. You should get some rest.
Thank you, stranger.
And then I'm just gonna head off.
For that very strange interaction, you do. The guy closes the door behind you. Meanwhile, Valentin.
Oh, I sure hope that was enough time for me.
Yeah. roll me a stealth.
I'm not helping you with your play.
Roll me a stealth.
Okay.
Okay, and you
20.
head around. There's a lot of open, windows and such. The day is hot. This manor's pretty open. One thing that you do note is that as you're going around, your passive perception, you don't pick up any servants or guards. Like, doesn't look like there's anybody actually guarding any of these just flat open entrances. And there's no servants moving around either through the manor. Are you clambering in a window then?
Well, I'm waiting for the moment when he first starts knocking at the door, and that's when I'm going to head inside the window.
For sure, you do so. You hear the daddy, someone's at the door for you.
And I head inside the first open window that I find.
For sure. You jump in, and as you go into the window, you can see the door closing behind as whoever is in this room has just left it. You're in what appears to be a study. There is a series of books, scrolls, a writing desk with a cushy chair, and you can even spot a bar here that is strangely, although you can recognize it's clearly, one of those bars that someone would have in a study, there's no bottles on it right now. Nothing. It's not stocked.
Suspicious. Who keeps a bar with no alcohol? This is just even more grounds for the conspiracy. And I'm going to roll an investigation to see what I can find in this area.
Sure. You go ahead and describe to me where you're looking mostly.
Well, what I'm trying to find is any secret passages, like on the other side, because normally in a bar, right, you have the hatch that opens up to the cellar below, right?
Yep.
So I'm just trying to see if there's any hidden compartments, hidden floorboards or anything.
Yeah, sure. Roll me an investigation.
I'm going full on. There has to be a secret somewhere, instead of going for the obvious, information that's out there.
Sure. With a 16 investigation, you can see that there's a series of papers as well as a writing quill that was very recently dipped in ink, and it's currently resting in the ink pot right now. The ink on the papers is still fresh, as if some of the writing had just been done, and there's just strewn about various papers and scrolls all over the writing desk. Clearly, whoever left this room was in the middle of work. You head over to the bar looking for secret entrances and stuff. There is a hatch there that is completely exposed. It's not covered by anything. But as for a secret entrance, there isn't one.
Well, if that's the case, I'm instead going to try to read what it says on that letter.
you can clearly see that this is a series of ledgers and budgets. Very quickly looking through with your previous investigation roll, it looks like the Marwan family is fallen on pretty bad financial times. As you quickly scan the documents, you can see that they recently sold a shit ton of wine and other alcohol, likely, things that they'd been storing and collecting in order to pay out some debts that they had incurred. What was currently being penned was a thank you letter, but you don't know who it's addressed to. It just says, a name that you do not recognize at all. It starts out with, "Thank you so much for employing my son in these difficult times. I know that he's not always the best worker, but he, at least tries. He loves his family very much. We're appreciative of all that you've done for our family. And as discussed, I will have a talk with the Snake Charmer at a later date to let him know how helpful you've been to our family in these trying times." And it kind of is cut off after that as if he hadn't finished writing the letter.
I listen to hear if I hear any, sounds coming towards me or similar.
At this point, you do hear the front door closing in the distance. You've got maybe another scant few moments to do one more thing and then maybe get out of here in time.
I sigh. I open up my money pouch. And
I'm going to let you know right now, the amount of debts and the way that this ledger is that they just sold thousands of gold worth of alcohol, their personal stock, and they still are heavily in the red.
Yeah. I open up my coin pouch and I empty out my all of my money's worth. 4 gold, 38 copper, 1 silver. I put it on the counter, and then I take the quill and paper, and I take a different paper, and I just write my deepest apologies for your current troubles. When I get the chance, I will come back and help you out more. Take this for now to pay for food and lodging as you see fit. And I'll leave that paper on the ground, and then I'm going to sneak back out.
Alright, you do so. You quickly reconvene with Lloyd around the front.
Did you find anything on your conspiracy?
Yeah, but the guards caught me. I had to pay them off to let myself leave with my life intact. We should go. We have a merchant prince to escort.
From what I gathered, he appears to be working in the docks.
Yeah, probably doesn't make too much money.
Okay, so we get off then.
I open up my empty coin pouch. Yep, we should.
Alright. you guys head on out, and soon you meet up with the others who have a very drunk pair of rich kids with them. As a note to chat, I know that Mora's going to have to be going soon, but we will keep carrying on a little bit longer tonight just to hopefully move things along for next session. So anyways, you all meet up with each other, and Mora, whenever you got to go, just, cut me off this way you can say goodbye to everybody.
We just tell us to fuck off.
Thank you.
Yeah. Caw. Bye, motherfucker.
And then we never saw Clang again.
I say I would fly off, but I don't know how.
All right, everybody reconvenes at the Cheerful Beggar, right? Or are you just going to go straight to where the ship is?
We're on a time limit, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting closer to the time.
I was gonna say that we would have probably gone to the boat if it was getting close to the time.
Yeah.
Okay, so everybody, you all meet up on the Blood Docks, where there's the 3 different ships that you've been told about. People are boarding, getting their luggage. You can see Captain Nahadana out there, and but he looks busy talking to people. And it's in short order one of the crew approaches your groups. I believe Zandra's group would be the first to arrive, and crewman says, "You'll be riding in the Blue Swallow right there. My name is Chief Petty Officer Dustwalker." It's a dwarf, by the way, that's speaking to you. A dwarf with a sandy kind of colored beard and hair, and dressed clearly in, the same kind of traveling robes you've seen are the fashion around here.
Nice to meet you, Dustwalker. You got the cargo here, and she'll point to. Oh God, what is it? Fuzzy. Oh my God.
Bison.
Faizen. I wanted to say Fazim, and I'm like, that's not right.
I'll be honest. There's only one reason why I remember the name Fison, but I don't want to talk about it. River knows exactly why I remember the name.
We had a mutual friend named Faison.
I see. Okay.
In any event, no, sorry. Sometimes I borrow names from people. I don't want to talk about that. One of the things, please, Valentin.
I just want to point out, it's not. The guy is nice. The guy is nice.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong about the guy.
Yeah, we actually like Faison a lot. I want to just mention
a different reason why I don't want to talk about.
I want to mention that.
I was literally about to say, are you guys sure you're friends? Is
this
a mutual friend?
I borrow names every now and then, but the names I borrow from people I know IRL are never, the personalities are never indicative of who they really are. It just means I really liked their name.
He was a really cool dude, and I miss him. But it's just so that's all I'm gonna say.
In
about
any event,
matter.
You look over to Faison, and they say, he can board himself in a little bit. I more meant I'm ready to take your gear and any liquids or food that you have.
I'm sorry, what?
Your gear and the liquids and food that you have. You're not here yet, Valentin.
Oh, sorry.
Zandra will start handing over all the requested items.
That's good. Faison and Naharim are just chatting away from you all right now. They're talking, and you can hear loud laughter coming from them every now and then. They're being general nuisances to the dock workers right now.
Zandra is just keeping an eye on them, making sure they don't try and slip away.
Yeah. You watch as the both of them, as the crew go about collecting all of the things, hand over some stuff to be, checked and carried onto the ship. Each of them has a pack of things that they brought.
All right. Perfect. Anything else?
No, that should be good. In a little bit, the captain will allow all the passengers to board. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy your time with us. The guardsmen are already here as well, and she gestures. Those are the guards that the Snake Charmer is sending along with you. You'll all be riding on the Blue Swallow. And he gestures to a skiff that's you know, it's very flat-bottomed. There is a sail as well as very clearly oar slots on the front. There's no below decks on this one, but the main ship that's going to be traveling with you is much bigger, the size of something you'd even see on the sea. Instead of being, you know, normally you'd see ships that stack, you know, down below, and they're just below decks. Instead, it looks like it stacks the opposite way, up, and higher, with more and more sails.
Interesting.
A short while later, Valentin and Lloyd and Pewter arrive.
As we arrive, I point to our other passenger, and I go, okay, so how do we get another war to take care of?
No, he said he wouldn't come along unless we took him. Not that it was really that big of a deal, but he also paid us money.
Right. So, who is he?
Some friend. He likes to be told.
Ah, so this
and
is
whipped.
Nahirim then, I assume.
Yeah. He's got mommy
well then.
problems.
That's more information than I needed.
Yeah, me too.
You did tell me us that you got money for him.
Yeah. Well, not yet.
How much?
200. I'm gonna collect it before we let him on.
Reach?
No.
Oh. Well, I guess it's better than nothing. I open up my empty coin pouch.
And it's
A
not,
little fly flies out.
it's not Phazon who approaches you eventually. It's Naharim, the drunk nobleman. Like, so Phazon told me I owe you all 200 gold. He pulls out a bulging coin purse and just hands it to you. There it goes.
Perfect, mate.
Who did he hand it to?
To Xandra. You're welcome, Mommy.
Oh, good God.
Clang Clang is gonna run over and like try to like grab the pouch and do little grabby hands.
Can I do a sleight of hand to keep it out of her hands?
You just hold it above her head.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, rude. She
What are you trying to do? If you want your money, you can give it to
Make
you.
it
Clang Clang is like
make it
trying to
athletics
jump
check.
and like grab it, but she gives up and feels more sad because she can't fly because she could have grabbed it if she could fly.
I mean, hey, Zandra has a -1 strength modifier. Maybe you can outstrength her.
And after he gives you the gold purse, Naharim turns back and Phazon, you know, you're my best friend. He just kind of like embraces Phazon in a big hug that looks more like he's using the other guy to support himself.
Don't worry, you'll get your money.
Phazon's like, this is going to be really hard, but at least we'll be together, buddy. I'm so glad that you wanted to come with me. This is just the pits.
And that's when his friend says, come with you? What? I'm not coming with you. Bye.
And the two just are sharing, again, a conversation between them. There's laughter and jovial talk, and it seems as if Phazon's mood has been improving thanks to Narim being there.
I'm gonna approach the captain real quick.
Captain Nahadan is a little bit busy, but if you wanted to interrupt him, you could.
Well, any semi-important crewman that's around then.
Yeah, that would be
If the
Chief
captain's-
Petty Officer right now, Dustwalker, the dwarf.
Excuse me, Chief Petty Officer Dustwalker.
Aye. Oh, you must be Mr. Valentin, correct?
That would be me, yes. Although I would prefer sir, but that's fine.
Sir works fine. I'll be piloting your the Blue Swallow for you today, and the next
right.
day.
Any day you won't be piloting the Blue Swallow.
Oh, only if I need it on one of the other vessels, but that's highly unlikely.
Right. Before we board, is there any last-minute preparations we should really think about?
Well, Mike.
Because I just got here.
Oh, aye, if you wouldn't mind surrendering over any food or your drink that you have. The captain already told me that he spoke directly with your band, and you're all aware of policies aboard the Pulu Swallow, correct?
Right, surrendering food, water, anything that would make one have to empty out their bowels. Should I be emptying out my bowels before we head on board?
Aye, we've prepared there's a outhouse right over there near the docks. However, we're leaving fairly late in the day, and I'd imagine by now that outhouse has seen a lot of use. We're not leaving for another short while, and you could probably sneak off to a more comfortable place.
How close to the water are we?
There is no water. It's blood red sands.
Yeah, but on the map it looks like blue.
Yeah, I wasn't able to change the color to blood red sands.
So okay, so the sand. Okay, I see. So everything that's sort of tan is just regular sand, and then it's blood sand.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
Thank you, Apok. I can't pronounce that, but thank you very much. Yes, I try to make all my campaigns fairly immersive.
Right. I look over at
Hello, Gray, as well.
our two wards. Our fuck, what's it called? What's the quest everyone hates in any game?
Escort.
Escort, yeah. I'll look over at our escort quest. Can I guess, can I roll an insight to see how absolutely fucked up they are?
For sure. You pick up on a few things. First off, Phazon is far more drunk than he's letting on. He's got a lot of experience being drunk and is masquerading quite well, but he's near the level where if he had like another drink, he'd probably start throwing up. Conversely, Naharim is very clearly acting like he's drunk right now. He's over-exaggerating everything and not bothering to conceal it at all, as generally when people, start getting drunk, the more drunk they get, they try to conceal it and act as if they're not drunk. But Naharim is overacting how drunk he is right now, and Phazon is, again, doing his best to conceal how drunk he is. But Naharim probably has had a few drinks, but not nearly as many as he's playing up. Another thing that you note is you watched Naharim pay out 200 gold pieces a second ago when their family is in extremely dire times.
Right. That's another thing I was worried about. But, okay. I'm going to walk over to Lloyd. Because he's my bro at this moment. Mm-hmm. He was fully ready to go full on criminal with me.
Yeah, he was.
So I'm just gonna tap him on the shoulder and I'm gonna say, Lloyd.
Yes.
Would you mind trying to take up Phazon's attention for the moment? I want to speak to his friend a little bit.
Sure.
All right.
We'll
So Lloyd and Valentin do a crisscross maneuver of as we walk up, and we both try to grab the attention of our respective person we want to grab the attention of.
Yeah, they both notice you're approaching.
Hey, now hear him. Would you mind if I have a word with you?
No, not at all. Thanks for letting me come along, too. And he stumbles his way over to you. Clearly still acting. And,
Yeah. Hey! Before we go, I have like a really good drinking place. I want to just share it with you real quick, and then you can take your friend for a surprise, okay?
I don't think we have time.
We have plenty of time when we come back, though, right? And I'm just gonna drag him off to the side.
Yeah, he doesn't resist.
Want to see what Lloyd does?
Lloyd? Phaeton's trying to follow them. He's going, hey, wait for me.
Grab him.
You just grab him, okay? You just grab him by the arm.
It's quite a forceful grab as well.
He looks down
My
at you
God,
and says,
this wizard's meaning business.
Who said you could touch me?
Your father.
Damn.
And he just sighs, and upon mentioning his dad's name, the fight goes out of him. What?
I'm just here to let you know that your father does not care what condition you arrive in, as long as you arrive alive.
He's just trying to get rid of me.
If you cause any trouble for us, you're gonna arrive in slightly worse condition than you are now.
Roll me an intimidation. Jesus, Lloyd does not fuck around.
Lloyd gets exposed to crime once.
Where's intimidation?
I say that, but honestly, I don't know if Lloyd is more of a criminal than I am.
No!
Oh no! That was so close!
That is a successful check. As
Oh my God!
Phazin just completely buckles under even the slightest pressure, which is worrying considering the task you know he has to complete. As he buckles under a 5 intimidation. And he just entirely, the fight goes out of him, and he's entirely passive towards you as he just says, fine. I'll do whatever you say, just leave me alone. Please let go of me. I won't try to escape or run away again.
Very well. I suggest you go to the bathroom before we leave. It'll be a long time before you'll get the chance to go there again.
What's even the point? He just kind of stumbles a little bit, no longer concealing how drunk he is, as he finds a nearby box, and he just sits on it, his head in his hands. You're gonna hear him say, "My life is over." Meanwhile, Valentin.
As we get far enough out of conversation distance, I'm just gonna cross my arms at him, and I'm just gonna say, "Okay, so what's the deal?"
What do you mean, what's the deal?
I went to your family home. Seems like your family's in dire straits.
Psh. Dad just says that. Business is doing fine. Mom's always there working.
I slapped him.
What the fuck?
Look, we don't have time for your pretensions.
What?
I know you're not as drunk as you're letting on to be.
What do you mean?
At least compared to Faison that's over there. You paid us 200 gold out of your own pocket.
Yeah. You wouldn't take me otherwise.
Why do you care so much about going on this journey?
I can't tell you, but I just have to go.
Need I remind you that I'm the one with the weapons, and you're not?
I got told to, okay?
Got told to by who?
I don't know. It was someone working for one of the merchant princes. They told me to come along.
I take off my hat and I pull him in close as I cover our heads with it. It's just you and me here. You can tell me. No one's gonna know.
That I honestly can't. I don't know who they were working for, but they told me that one of the merchant princes would be very, very thankful if I went along with them. And then they paid me, and they told me that there was more for my family later.
I push him back out and I put my hat back on.
They just want me to keep Phazon happy the entire time.
You care about Phazon?
Yeah, he's my best friend.
Is he your best friend because of money, or is he your best friend because of being a best friend?
I mean, can't it be both?
I suppose it can, but would you sell him out for money?
No, never.
Now, Hiram, I'm gonna be straight with you. Whatever we're going on is gonna be a dangerous journey. And it's going to be dangerous regardless of whether you're cooperating with us or not. But it's going to be way more dangerous for us if you do not cooperate.
I know how to use a sword.
I'm not worried about you using a sword or not. And I look over at Phazon. I'm more worried about how you use Phazon. I need to be able to trust you to be able to take care of him and working along with him as a friend. Because if we're telling him something, it might just come across as we're just trying to force him to do things. But you, on the other hand, if you're his friend, you can get him to comply a lot easier.
Yeah, I can do that. I can back you up. I want Phazon to succeed. He never had to do his 10 years labor, but I did. And he just... his dad was really soft on him when he was young, but now he's so hard on him. And so Phazon's... he's kind of a dick, but, you know...
You know.
Besides,
what?
Well, like... I don't think it's his fault. But I have to go no matter what. Not just for Phazon, but for my family.
I understand. You got paid to do a job.
Yeah. And once
I just want you to do that
the
job.
Rest of that money.
I just want you to do that job. Not because of money, but because you care. We'll take care of the dangers. I just want you to take care of Phazon. Keep him in line. Make things go smoothly. And we'll all come out richer and happier at the end. How's that sound? And I just clap him on the shoulder.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thanks, man.
But keep him happy, while also keeping him safe. If I tell you, or anyone else of us tell you, you need to do this for Phazon, I need you to word it in a way that makes sense for Phazon. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. I'm glad we're on the same page.
Hey, same. You seem like a nice guy.
I try to be. Sometimes. Not all the time. I was planning on stealing from your family, but you didn't hear that from me.
What?
Nothing. I'm just gonna walk away.
Naharim follows after a little bit and puts back on his drunk act as he approaches to Phazon, who's sitting there, and the two of them chat a little bit, and you can see Naharim rubbing Phazon's back.
Hey, Phazon! Last stop to do your natural business. Go shit, go piss, go puke. We're about to leave.
Naharim leans over and whispers something in Phazon's ear, as Phazon seems pretty dejected at the moment, but then the spoiled noble does get up and heads to the outhouse that everyone has used, gags at, the stench before going into it. And Naharim shoots you a look and a sly thumbs up.
I do the same thing. Yeah, it's a very subtle thumbs up.
Alright, anyone doing anything before the captain calls all aboard who's coming aboard?
I'm gonna take a shit, I'm gonna piss.
I do have to go now. I apologize.
It's totally fine. No worries. Thank you for coming by, Mora. Remember, guys, I'm going to do a quick ! Cast. If you haven't checked out Mora's content, you absolutely should. She is an amazing streamer. You can find all of her links there in her socials. And there's the others, too, as you're going through. So please, if you're enjoying the game, definitely check her out and her own stuff, as well as everybody else here. They're all amazing.
Yeah,
shit, and take a
everyone's
piss before you
amazing.
leave.
What?
Take a shit and take a piss before you leave.
Jesus. I'm assuming everyone does.
Yeah,
I think
sure we all do.
I got enough embarrassment
Well,
out of the brothel scene. I don't need another.
No, I'd like to role play going to the bathroom right now.
All right,
You're
thank
gonna
you guys.
go to the bathroom whether you want to or not.
It's a
Bye.
big fat one. It's gonna take a sec.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, on that note, I am leaving. Goodbye.
Bye. All right, guys. I do want to continue on a little bit longer, just this way I can kick off the next scene and area, and how we'll be starting next session. So,
Sounds good.
but since we're down a couple, I am going to kind of speed through it and ask you at certain points if there's anything you want to do. Okay?
Okay.
Well, the easy thing for Clang Clang is that you just need to repeat what anyone else said.
Yep. Eventually, the captain calls out, "All aboard! Who's coming aboard?" And very quickly, Dustwalker is there, and by now the various guardsmen that are coming with you are also there. And yeah, we're not ending yet, Egg. Mora just had to leave, so stay tuned. The guardsmen all board the ship. Phazon and Naharim, do so as well in short order. And you guys all can board as well. There is a few crewmen, but majority-wise, it looks as if the Dustwalker will be handling the ship almost alone. It's him, and then another person who's introduced to you as Rudderman Jones. He looks like...
Rudderman
Yeah, he actually looks...
One hell of a name.
Well, Rudderman's
I was
a
born
title.
to be a Rudderman and I'll die a Rudderman.
Rudderman's just the title, he explains. But he does very clearly look foreign, as if he's not from Thanskran in general. His skin tone's a lot lighter than most of the natives.
He doesn't look like he's from my place, though, right? He looks
No,
like he's
definitely
from...
not.
Yeah. Like his clothing style is a lot more, another 100 years back.
Yeah.
I'm the one that's looking out of place on this ship.
Yeah. You can see that there is about maybe 100 or more people boarding now the biggest of the ships, the one that the captain himself will be helmsing, as well as likely the majority of his officers, as there is a shit ton of people boarding that big one. A lot of passengers. Dustwalker and the captain have explained to you that they'll be letting those passengers off at various other stops. Not all of them are bound for Nessus, but Nessus is the first place to cross the Blood Sands that will be being stopped at. The third ship, you can see, has been loaded up now with all of your guys' goods and gear, and there's a few pilots on that as well, and some crewmen to, handle the storage.
Nice. All right. I guess I was gonna ask: is there any shade or anything on the boat that we're on?
Yes, actually, there's a hefty canopy done over the top half of the ship.
Perfect.
For the majority of the journey, by the way, I am going to have taken off my buttoned shirt, and I'm only wearing the coat as like a as a coat, but like more of a mantle sort of. So for the most part, I'm sort of bare-chested
As you guys get
because it's
comfortable,
so hot.
yeah, as you guys get comfortable, the Dustwalker bows his head in prayer for a little bit. You can see, and leads you all, essentially praying for good travels.
Sandra will follow along.
Yeah, to Brother Sam.
Brother Sand. Okay. I do not know much about Brother Sand, but if he'll keep us safe on these journeys,
Yeah, they.
well, I mean, what's the harm?
Yeah, afterwards he explains to you, Brother Sand is in charge of all transport and messages across the desert. Nightly, he writes love letters that the goddess of the sun sends to the goddess of the moon. In the beauty of the desert. And also...
Like a love letter.
Yes, also in its violence and terror, speaks of the goddess of the sun's passion for her lover. By morning, he erases all those messages.
As the Sand would do. Now everyone from my place half worship the god of whatever knowledge or curiosity or similar there is. Is there one that you have named for it, or?
I know that you like creating your backstory, so I do have one, but I've never actually used them in plot or lore or story, so if you'd like to come
I'll
up with
ask
one,
you
you're more than
further
welcome.
about it, but I just want to kind of bond with Dustwalker over what I sort of worship or what my culture worships.
Yeah. It is the god of curiosity, and like that's what you were looking for, right?
We can go over it some other time. It's just mostly for I like when he talks about Brother Sand. I want to talk about whatever god I'm worshipping and how.
Sure, I'll give you all the information later then to speed things along.
Yeah.
He also does, for anyone who did want to have a scene here, after you relate with that, he does stand up and ask if anyone of any other faith would like to take a moment to pray. Lloyd, meanwhile, while you're taking your seat, the the ship's cat jumps up onto your lap.
I just sort of smile and pat it gently.
The cat is this big old tabby, looks to be very old in its sunset years, and it curls up and gets all comfy and cozy.
Okay. It's quite happy just patting it.
After a little bit and the prayers are done, as some of the guards do worship the goddess of the sun, Ravina, they say that they're ready to disembark, and they quickly, the Dustwalker uses prestidigitation to fire off a flare. Just like a little shiny light that's quickly joined from the other two ships. He then reaches into a nearby crate and withdraws a fan of feathers. As he fans it towards the sails, they billow out with wind, and you guys are off the red sands.
Damn. That's cool.
Yeah.
A wind fan. Can just make wind? That's OP.
Mm-hmm. Does anyone want to go over the next few days of travel, or should I just skip to where the good stuff starts?
We can go over a couple of things.
For sure. The nightfall comes quickly. The blood-red sands are easy to pass through, and those of you who, look at it, does seem to behave very similar to water, but more like a thick version of it. The sands are extremely loose. It's a strange, almost supernatural kind of effect, really.
I guess it's like there's the type of sand that doesn't get wet. Is it like that?
Basically, yeah. It's just very, very loose and very strange. It's also colored a deep blood red. And as you guys begin sailing soon, as Thascalus disappears in the distance and night falls, the moon rises. It sparkles a little bit in the moonlight. It looks absolutely enchanting and beautiful if you can get over the red color. There's almost nothing out here, no plants or anything like that, but occasionally you will see a creature leap up out of the sand only to land back in it, as well as a few birds. The creatures are very strange types of flat fish that seem to leap up in the air and give a big wide flap of its leathery sides to get a little bit more airborne, and normally they'll take a bird out of the air or a few bugs before diving back into the sand.
Damn.
During this all of this travel, I'm just gonna be looking up at the moon and just kind of whisper quietly to myself. So, don't tell anyone, but I think the sun's got a thing for you. At least that's what the chief petty officer is telling me. Brother Sand seems to be telling you, like, level letters over the day. Probably know it already, but just wanted you to know I've seen it. So basically, I'm just talking to myself a lot.
During one of the days, Sandra would like to talk to Valentin. Try and find a time when she can talk to him a little bit alone.
There is no such thing as alone on this ship. You're basically kind of packed
Could I whisper to him? Is there a space where I could whisper to him?
Yeah, you could.
Okay, I would find a time where
we
I could,
can obviously talk in a way that it's a private conversation, but if people listen in, then it's whatever. But
basically, yeah. Go ahead. This would be during the first evening, then. Go on, Xander.
Okay, and I would probably try and do it when Faison is farthest away.
Yeah, he spends most of his time with Naharim and does his best to kind of ignore you all. And he's just kind of off to the side at the stern of the ship while you guys are at the bow right now. Him and Naharim are chatting and glancing around every now and then.
All right, so I've been thinking. When we get over there, we're supposed to help Faison set up a constabulary? Whatever the fuck that is. He's not exactly fit for the job, is he?
I look over at Sandra and I say, I don't know if Faison's quite the right person for the job, but everyone can grow into a position. But Naharim is there to help him along the way.
I was going to say, is it our job to make sure he succeeds? Or do we need the town to succeed? Do we need him to succeed? My question is, do we put in the time and effort to help him be a good leader, or do we just solve the issues on our own? Because if we do everything ourselves, the second we disappear, that town's gonna fall to fucking shambles again.
At what time of the day is this? Is it during the sun or the moon?
The moon. This is the very first day of travel still.
I look up at the moon. You know, I don't know yet. For all intents and purposes, maybe things become more clear once we actually get there. Maybe we'll find that there's not as much troubles we need to deal with ourselves, and we could just let them be on their own, or maybe we need to work something out on our own. I'm pretty sure what we're getting paid for, though, is to get Faison over there and set up the constabulary successfully.
You're right. So that's what my question was. How much effort are we gonna put into this? Because we're getting paid to do a job. Don't get me wrong. I don't mind helping people, but if we're not getting paid to make sure he's good at the job, no offense to the people, but they can fuck right off if they expect us to help them for nothing, yeah?
And what if those people pay us for the job we're doing?
Well, then perhaps we can discuss it then, but I'm just saying, if he wants us to help him, and he ain't paying us, I don't think I'll be sticking around for very long.
Right, I'm of the same opinion. I don't think we should be helping out for no gain. But our main point of getting paid, and we have gotten paid a lot already just to get on the way. Our main point of pay is to make sure he succeeds in the next town. And that might be more or less work than we're willing to put in. And if it turns out that there's more work than we're willing to put in, maybe we need to renegotiate our pay with Faison ourselves. It seems like a bit of a pushover.
Oh, completely. I'm not the most intimidating. He seems like he's a fucking wilted flower at the best of times.
I'm sure that whatever strengths he does have, they'll pick up, just like they do for anyone else that has never been exposed to the outer world.
You should have a very optimistic look on things.
I'm looking at things from the perspective that I was put in. I didn't have
From
the
where
best.
I come. Sure, there's
Cool.
people that pick themselves right up when they get put in a hard situation. But believe me, I've seen my fair share of people just give right up and accept their fate. Despite the fact that the only reason they are doing the shitty things they're doing and the shitty places they're being in is because someone told them they belong there. And, he seems right along there, Todd.
I pull out my deck of cards that I've got. Well, and I tap the deck of cards against the side of the ship. Here's the thing, though, about being an adventurer. We either get paid for this job or we don't. So, I say we do as much as we're able to do for the dangers we're willing to go through, for the pain we're willing to go through. And eventually we're going to get to a point where either the pay all the work that we have to go through is not worth one or the other. And at that point, we move on. We don't need to stay here in the desert to succeed. We can go somewhere else to succeed. But from what I've seen from the rest of you, I think we're in a good group of people. Wouldn't you agree? We all have our strengths and we have our weaknesses.
Yeah, I mean, it's only been 2 days, but I've seen some strengths. I'm sure I've seen a lot of weaknesses, but I've seen some strength.
Hey, look, it's the adventure of life. Someone leaves, then that means that they're going to get replaced by someone else that fills whatever void they're filling. And maybe I'll leave, and you'll find someone else to fill the void I'm leaving. But it's all part of the adventure, isn't it?
Is it? You know, I'm not one for getting emotional and telling all backstories and shit, but I'm not exactly an adventurer. I'm not here exactly by choice. So, yeah, sure, that sounds about right, but I wouldn't fucking know. I'll do my best, alright?
Hey, I raise my deck of cards as if I'm taking a drink from a flask. Realize it's just a deck of cards, and I put it back down against the side of the ship. And I say, whatever reason you have for traveling and adventuring is your own reasons. You want to talk about them, you want to talk about them. If you don't, you don't. And I'm not here to make friends or enemies. I'd rather make friends than enemies, but I'm never going to force someone to talk about their past if they don't want to. I kind of sort of gesture over to Lloyd. Like, look at him. He doesn't want to talk about anything about his past. Kind of a mystery, that one. Now, Clang Clang, on the other hand, they have much more of an open book, but also not an open book by choice, you know. They tell what they want to tell because they have no other choice. And let's not get started about Lilac over there, who I know nothing about. But they have their own reasons for traveling. Just like all of us. And either we stay traveling together or we don't.
And you seem like quite the group of misfits.
Aren't we all a group of misfits, I say? And when I say I say that part out loud.
She kind of looks at you very like confused and like cocks her head a little bit. You can see the gears grinding in her head.
What?
We're all just players in a bigger story. I just hope that I'm one of the main characters rather than one of the supporting characters that die early on.
I used to think I was a main character, but seems like there are bigger players in the game that kind of control everything. At this point, I'm just trying not to get squashed.
I just point my deck of...
And she will actually get up and walk away.
Never mind, I say. Yes, I point my deck of cards over at her like I was trying to say something, but she just leaves. So I'm just gonna lean back over the side of the ship.
You can tell that she's, I mean, I guess this is up to you if you want to notice it, but she looks upset. Not at something you said, just very in her own head.
Wow, Valentin, you blew it again. One day you'll be able to talk to women, I'm sure. One day.
Your guys' discussion, as you're ending it, is cut short by a loud, sudden, raucous laughter coming from the bow of the ship. You can see Phazon just laughed very loudly and obnoxiously at something Naharim was saying.
Were we told before we went on the ship that loud noises weren't allowed?
Nope.
No, that's fine. He can do whatever he wants.
Is it late enough that people are trying to sleep?
Yeah, it's late that some of the crew and some of the guardsmen are trying to get a bit of rest, and you'd think that Phazon and Naharim would be as well. Oh, the story right now is that the party have to transport a rich nobleman, his friend, and a delivery of water to a town in order to be able to establish a constabulary there to defend against raider attacks. And they've learned that the nobleman's son is a bit of a prick. Sorry, so as I was saying, yeah, some people are trying to get to bed right now. You're a little concerned that Naharim and Phazon aren't. They should be tired after the day they've had.
It's probably just the excitement of traveling the first time. I remember it.
Can I
First
make
time
it...
you're out of your home.
Oh,
You lived there
sorry.
your whole life. Never seen the outside world.
I would like to just make
Suddenly
an
you're
insight
pushed out.
check. I would like to make an insight check to see if they're staying awake by force or if they're just not tired.
Yeah, roll me an insight.
That's a 9.
You're not really certain what's going on. They should definitely be tired by now. And then as you watch, Phazon suddenly and puts his hands over the side of the ship, vomits heavily into the blood sands. Naharim
That's a
laughs
no-go.
and pats his back and holds his friend's short hair as he continues throwing up into the sands.
I'm gonna... is there a bucket on the ship?
Yep.
I'm gonna grab the bucket. I'm gonna walk over to Phazon. I'm just gonna hold it underneath his face. Hey. Remember what they told us.
Fine. He throws up more.
Look, we all know that we're not supposed to be drinking or eating or anything else on the ship. And I told you to do all of this before we left harbor. And yet here you are, still throwing up. What's the deal about that?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just sad sick.
Wait, is he more drunk than when we left?
I need another insight for that. Or an investigation, or you could just assume, but he definitely slurring a lot more.
Naharim, have you been sneaking drinks aboard?
No. Phazon brought it himself. I tried to stop him, but I couldn't convince him. But I figured it shouldn't be that big of a deal. It's just a bit of alcohol.
A bit of alcohol that makes him throw up.
Oh boy.
Yeah, just a bit. Like, you know, a flask.
I unsheath my rapier.
Whoa!
What did I tell you, Naharim?
He told me to listen to you and to keep him happy. I didn't give him that. He took it with him.
Naharim. I'm just gonna slowly put my rapier up against the side of his stomach.
Some of the guards are waking up and looking at this commotion, but as you know, they are all hired by the snake charmer, and meaning that they're more loyal to you guys than they are the rich kids. Hey, whoa, put that away.
Didn't I tell you to keep him safe?
Yeah, I don't see what the big deal is.
How is him being drunk out of his mind? Him being safe?
I thought it would keep him from doing anything stupid.
What if he got so drunk that he just fell overboard and no one was around to stop him? What were we supposed to do then, huh? Were we supposed to dive into the sands to save him? Huh?
I'm fine. He keeps throwing
I'm still
up.
holding up. I'm holding up the bucket with one hand and the rapier with the other, and I'm like kind of sort of half stumbling around.
He's just
No,
continually throwing up.
I don't know. Because I haven't been here in Thascalus or Thavscoran that long. But there's one thing I've learned from my studies, is that when the locals tell you to not do something, you do not do it. Does this seem like the proper procedure for what you're supposed to be doing on the Blood Sands?
I mean, like, if you've got Phaeton's kind of money, you can kind of do whatever you want.
Do you think Face's money can stop the nature? That it can stop natural disasters from happening? Can money stop an earthquake?
Yeah.
Can money stop a tsunami from blowing over a naval town?
I mean, if
Can
you build enough
money
infrastructure...
stop? Can money stop a thunderstorm from not blowing up a ship?
Gentlemen, what seems to be the problem here? Dustwalker says, approaching. Is everything all right, Mr. Dulk?
I point over to the guy that's throwing up over the side of the ship with my rapier, so I kind of poke him in the back.
Is he sand sick? Good thinking on the bucket. It wouldn't do to be having him throw up more into the blood sands.
Tell me, what would happen if you throw up in the blood sands?
Well, people get sand sick every now and then, so it happens. But so long as it's not a continuous scent, we shouldn't have any problems. But who knows? We could have attracted something onto our tail. I'll fire off a flare in a bit then to let the other ships know. But as long as everything is sealed up, it should be fine. And everything is sealed up. Is that correct, Mr. Marwan?
Are we gonna need to tie Mr. Faison and Snake Charmer along the main mast?
Should they have been... Should they not... Have they snuck anything aboard, Mr. Dulk?
Well, this man is throwing up a lot more than he did when we left now, isn't he?
Mr. Dulk, I've been told that I'm supposed to refer to your party for any decisions involving Master Faison and Mr. Marwan. May I have permission to please search them?
Go ahead. And you're the one that lives here. I'm just going by your word, not by my own.
Aye, sir. And very quickly, as you're kind of keeping Naharim at sword point, he searches Faison and Naharim. He pulls out just a flask, an empty flask of alcohol. And immediately his face clouds.
Well, that's not a good sign.
Mr. Tolkien,
That would be me.
I would like you to have your party remain awake for the rest of this night. If any of your groups spot anything in the sands, you need to inform me as fast as possible. As for you two, this is surely the only flask on either of you, correct? They both give a nod. It better remain that way. Mr. Dolke, I don't believe any punishment is warranted now, and besides, it wouldn't change anything at the moment.
Are you sure we don't want to keelhaul them?
That would be your group's decision. My crew, the captain's crew, are at your disposal, sir, not theirs.
How about a little bit of flaying?
Be a very bad idea. The scent of blood would only exasperate our issues right now, Mr. Dolke, and as such I would ask that you please put away your weapon.
Ah,
There are other
Aye.
ways to punish unruly crewmen, and Dustwalker looks at the both of them.
do the two of you want to arrive safely?
Phazin at this point is so far gone that there's almost no point in talking to him, and you can tell. He's very much that level of drunk that he will not remember anything you've said in the morning. Naharim's
Alright.
plan to keep him safe was to get him blackout drunk, clearly.
All right. I'm gonna tie the bucket to his face with my rope,
You do so.
and then I'm gonna look to the rest of my party. Would anyone mind tying this man up to the mast? He needs a good night's rest.
The chief petty officer has already moved on, allowing you guys to do whatever you want. One of the guardsmen stands up and says, yes, sir, I can see it done.
Hey, no, this is a party decision. Do you guys want to tie this man up? Let him drown in his own vomit?
Wait, don't tie Phazin up, Naharim says. He made a mistake.
And whose fault is that mistake, huh?
It's nobody's.
Try again.
It's mine. I'm sorry. I should have stopped him. He's so nervous, and I know how he gets. I didn't think it would be a problem. I've never been on a trip outside of Thascalis either.
Neither did I. Neither did I. But here we are. And now the chief petty officer has said that we need to stay awake for the rest of the night, because danger might be approaching. Do you know how that makes me feel? I don't like having to stay awake because other people can't keep civilized.
As you're speaking, you watch as the chief petty officer lights up a flare and fires into the air a bright yellow with the prestidigitation cantrip. The other ships respond with a blue one, and then a third one is sent up. Another yellow.
For all we know, Mr. Nahirim, this trip is already doomed, and we're all going to die.
I mean, well, the talks, it's just sailor superstition, just like the cat that they bring for good luck. My mom always told me that the sands weren't that dangerous. It's just to keep the people like Phazin's family rich by transporting goods across an area they claim is far more dangerous than there actually is.
There's only one thing, well, not only one thing, but the main thing I've learned over my travels is when the locals tell you to do something, you do it, because otherwise bad things might happen. And these bad things might be that an influential family might be trying to make things a lot more difficult for you. Are you telling me, Mr. Nahirim, that you want this snake charmer to make things more difficult for us?
No.
Then I suggest you keep your friend under wraps and let me and my party stay awake for the rest of the night. And I'll make sure to let our employers know how much more duress they've caused us.
All right, I'm
I hope
sorry.
your family's good for it.
He just kind of hangs his head.
Good lad. And I pat him on his shoulder. And then I go informing my party of the unforeseen circumstances upon which we need to stay awake.
All right, go ahead and tell them.
Alright, listen up, gang. The chief petty officer has told us that we might need to be on extra alert for things going on beyond our control. I'm suggesting this. We're putting up night watches.
Oh, very well. If Moss and Sandra will, get up and stretch. God, if we've got to stay awake all night, might as well not lay down. Don't want to get tired.
I'll at least try to get a 3-hour of sleep in if you can. We're gonna stay awake in 3-hour shifts across the night. What time is it right now? Ish?
Looks to be far past midnight.
Okay, maybe 2 hours is enough if we're 4 people. I'll take first watch because I'm still wide awake and, slightly pissed at someone not doing their job correctly. After that, Lloyd, how about I'll exchange shifts with you?
Lloyd, the cat has been on your lap the entire time. Hey, thanks for following, ADO. Oh, good to see you, ADO. I remember when we collabed last. I was in that thing. I can't really say hi right now, but Lloyd, the cat's been on you this entire time. It hasn't moved, and it always, even when it wakes up, it just kind of still settles beside you. You learn from Rudderman Jones, its name is Rust Bucket. They call him that on account of how old he is.
So he's just an old sleepy cat.
Yep, he's been aboard the Blue Swallow since the ship was christened, when he was just a kitten. He's the ship's good luck charm, and everybody likes Rust Bucket. The guardsmen have been petting him and coming over, but the cat just seems weirdly into you. Like, it's, you know how cats sometimes just pick a person, and then it's like, that person is who I'm going to be with forever now. The cat has chosen you. The crewmen have complimented you on it, saying you must be a very blessed man.
I changed my mind.
Cats are Brother Sand's servants.
I have changed my mind. Lloyd needs to stay seated for as long as possible so that this cat doesn't need to move, and instead I'm going to ask Clang Clang and Zandra to take second and third shift, and then Lloyd can take the last shift.
It's the law of the universe. You can't move the cat once it's sat down.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll all die before we move the cat.
A few of the Jesus, everyone's all about this cat. Chat's like, cat is all, cat is life, cat is love. Rust Bucket's the fan favorite now.
If the
Yeah,
Rust
I got a
Bucket
cat on my
dies,
lap
we
right now.
riot.
All right. The guardsmen
Okay.
also offer to take shifts as well, Valentin. They seem very eager in making sure everything's okay.
Well, for the guardsmen, I assume that, there's going to be another guardsman that's going to be awake by the time we take our shift. I don't want to take a single guardsman on shift.
There
where
are
they talk
12
about
of them.
everything also. Yeah, whatever. We need as many eyes as we can get.
Oh yeah, no, I'm saying
So-
that you can have multiple of them up. They're listening to you guys fully.
Yeah, but they still need to sleep and be able to get their rest in as well. If
True.
things are going badly. So, at most, I'm going to have 2 other guardsmen trying to help us.
Yeah, sure. They all agree, and they seem pretty helpful and eager. Time passes. Time passes. The second day of travel, as the sun rises again and it beats down on you all. Right before the sun rises, you guys hit your first, stop, as the various ships all pull up to what appears to be a set of naturally occurring rock and plateaus in the middle of the blood sands. ladders are set up to climb atop these plateaus, and you're told that you can use this moment high above the blood sands on these huge rock formations to eat, relieve yourselves, and drink. Soon the plateaus are bustling with all the passengers from the big shit, the big shit.
Well, someone's about to take a big hit.
Yeah, there's a few people in need of it. Bathroom time! Yep. As the various ships. Oh, God, please don't clip that. I get clipped off it enough with my my stutters. Various...
Dude, I feel that.
They unload onto it, and you guys get a bit of a respite. The food, the drinks are brought out as everyone is allowed a ration of ale and food from the ship's stores.
Are we allowed to grab any of the shit we brought with us?
Yeah, absolutely. They unload all of the the crewmen are doing 99% of the work, as it looks like those sealed barrels and crates, they have to carry up the ladders themselves by passing it in a bucket chain to get them onto the plateaus, so this way everyone can enjoy food and drink. They also bring specially made bridges to connect all the plateaus out, so this way you can wander around, get a chance to stretch your legs, and have some more privacy than aboard the skiffs allow.
Zandra will... Is there not enough room that Zandra could go for like a short jog?
Yeah, absolutely. At first, you're having to, the first few laps of it, constantly tell people to get out of the way, but soon they start realizing your rotations and move out of the way entirely. And you're able to take a jog and do your training.
As she does that, when she's done with that, she grabs one of her water skins and drinks quite, not all of it, but probably more than a single ration, trying to make sure she stays hydrated.
Naharim and Faison are not only chugging all of the alcohol that they are allotted, but you watch as Naharim goes around and buys more ale off of people who aren't drinking it. So the two of them are getting crunk.
I'm not surprised.
Are we gonna need to put them in the brig?
Is there a brig?
Well, if there isn't one, we're gonna make one.
You can ask any of the crewmen. You see the captain going around checking in on everybody and chatting with the officers in private for a little bit before they split up and move around. You also see that there are more cats walking around, as each one of the ship cats is apparently making the rounds as well, apart from Rust Bucket, who stays clinging to Lloyd. And it's not long until the other two ship cats seem to be also in Lloyd's vicinity. Not directly on top of him like Rust Bucket, but still lingering around his general area.
Some people are just cat people. It's like a magnet. I wonder if he's got some catnip on.
So, did you want to speak
I'm gonna need
to...
someone to bring me my food.
Yeah, the Dustwalker, when he's done meeting with the captain, brings you a plate of food and drink, and again reiterates, you must be blessed by Brother Sand.
I sort of just shake my head at that and continue sort of patting all of these cats.
Blessings takes many forms, my friend, and Brother Sand is the one who brings messages to others. He is both the start and the end of a journey. Do you know how the Blood Sands were formed?
The death of a god, if I remember correctly.
As others say, the Blood Sands are made from Skoran's blood, but those who follow Brother Sand believe that the Blood Sands are the tears that Brother Sand wept upon his longtime friend passing away. Skoran may be a dead god, but many still find worship in him. Have you heard of the mourners?
Can I make a history check?
You may.
Okay, where are we? History. God damn, these low rolls.
Oh, we nearly had it. I saw a 20 there for a moment.
Guys, at least we're getting all the low rolls out of the way now today before the next session.
I think we need to get new dice.
You have heard of the mourners, even with such a low roll. Wait, you rolled an insight, not a history.
Oh.
Or a religion. Religion would be the best to roll in this case.
Oh, that... I will do religion then.
Yep. Although all rolls do give you, like, different information when it comes to God's religions. Jesus fucking Christ! Can you please
Why did you not
roll
want to
higher?
roll religion on a fucking check?
No, he rolled
God.
religion! He rolled religion, but it's a 6!
Yeah, but
he rolled only
wanted to
one
roll,
better!
He wanted to roll a history.
Either way, with an 11 from your religion, the mourners are a curiosity. As far as you know, the mourners are a group of clerics who are powerless because they worship a dead god. They still worship Skaran. You're not certain any of their rites or rituals or even why they're called the mourners, but these people willingly choose to worship a god that no longer has any power because they've died.
Okay, It's pretty much insanity.
It's hard to call them insane. If you've never met one of them, I met one once, a long time ago, and he explained why they still worship Skaran. Although he's dead and he grants them no benefits, they believe that they're holding an eternal vigil for him. It's certainly strange. Most people, when Skaran died, they switched to the worship of the new god of war, or Brother Sand himself, his most trusted companion. The mourners, though, continue to preach his message and just travel the world informing people of Skaran's life. Personally, I don't understand it, but, well, we ferried them a few times. They believe that Skaran lived the greatest life he could, and in his death, it only goes to show that you can still have accomplished great things. Brother Sand seeks to spread sort of the same message, sir. And so, regardless of your circumstances, Brother Sand must consider you blessed to keep sending cats to you, his own servants, and messages. Either a journey of yours recently ended, or one is starting, an important one at that.
Well, we'll see.
Regardless of whether it's ill or fortuitous omen, Dustwalker reaches out and gently puts a hand on your shoulder and looks at you in your eyes as the dwarf, states,
Have to bend down to watching his wife.
I'm glad I was able to be this small portion of it to ferry you to where your journey continues.
I just sort of going back to patting the cats.
What are you doing? Dustwalker continues his rounds.
I would like to ask Dustwalker, as I point over to our two unruly merchant, prince men, whatever, is that gonna be a problem?
So long as he doesn't throw up anymore, nor do they sneak any alcohol aboard. I'll search Master Phazon thoroughly before he embarks.
Please search Master Nahirim as well. I am not putting it I'm not betting against him not sneaking things over for his friend to keep him happy.
Aye, sir. I will do so. Thank you for informing me. Your group hasn't spotted anything over the previous evening.
Can I ask them real quick if they've spotted anything?
Sure, you go around and ask, and I'm gonna just speed this along without rolling any checks or anything. I assumed you guys were making active perceptions, and I'm going to let you know that there was nothing to spot last night.
Do things normally take a long time to be spotted, or is it like a long-term process, like it leaves a trail or something?
It depends on anything that we've attracted. There are horrifying things in the blood sands. Generally, they leave well-prepared journeymen alone. If we've attracted something like a land shark, we might not know yet. And if we've attracted something worse, something unnamed as of yet, as there are still many creatures from the era of myth that have gone unnamed and undiscovered in the blood sands, as the ships that have run across them have never made it back to record their experiences, then I cannot say. All I know is that those two have been very foolish. The blood sands, for chat who are asking, is a large area of loose quicksand that exists in the middle of the Thanskaran desert. Groups sail across it, this very dangerous territory, to deliver things to the other side of the desert very quickly, and Thanskaran has become a very economic powerhouse through charging for these transports. So it's a very unknown, uncharted. It's the kind of place that on an ye old-timey map would have just been marked off with "There be monsters here." Yes, a massive pothole. But yes. Anyways, sorry, moving on to that. Dustwalker just says there could be far worse pursuing us at this point. Those two boys have been very foolish. Hopefully, their foolhardiness is stopped. The other ships have reported back, and as of yet, the captain does not believe anything is currently following us. So long as there is no trail that we're leaving behind, I personally believe we should be fine. But it never hurts to be more careful. With your permission, Mr. Dolke, if you are concerned...
I'm taking out a rope from my backpack. Like you were saying?
With your permission, Mr. Dolke, if you would like to tie them up, you are more than welcome to. I would also like to...
We're tying them up together.
I would also like to invade their privacy. And before we re-embark, if, with your permission, I would have Rudderman Jones conduct a full cavity search.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I want to watch.
I did not realize you had such tendencies, but yes, that can be arranged.
It's not a tendency. I'm making sure that everything is going according to plan. And also, because these two are full-on buddy-buddy with each other. I think if one of them sneaking something on for the other one would be willing to do the same for the other one. So, as such, I'm going to be watching over them, and I'll take full responsibility for whatever grievances they might be voicing and calling out and crying for their daddies to save them, because their daddy's not here to save them now. It's only me. I'll be their daddy right now.
You hear all this.
Zandra's gonna step over to Clank and go like, "Are we sure he's a good leader?"
Clang's not here.
It sounds like he's a little bit too excited about stitching the cavities, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I want to see those cavities.
You know what? I think I can play Clang for a brief moment. Clang responds, searching the cavities. In any event, if you're okay with me speeding it along, because I know we've gone past time, and I do know that you guys have stuff to do. As everybody's re-embarking, despite much protests, Chief Petty Officer Dustwalker does get his cavity search, And as they're searching Phazin, a flask is found on his person.
The
Phazin-
fuck?
Yeah.
Did they put the flask up his ass? What
No,
the
no, 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 no.
fuck?
They didn't. It wasn't. The cavity search wasn't needed to find it. It was in one of his coat pockets, like his robe pockets. And Phazin says, "I don't know how that got there. I didn't try to take that." But he sounds a little drunk already from all of the ale that they were buying off the other passengers, so he's slurring a little bit.
Can I make an insight check to see if he's telling the truth?
Of course. However, he's drunk.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Also, I'm not great at... My insight's okay. My insight's actually okay.
He seems genuinely confused. As if he doesn't remember taking it, or he really didn't.
I'm gonna be sharpening my dagger, and I'm gonna walk towards oh god, Naharim. I'm just gonna be walking towards Naharim. I'm not gonna even say anything. I'm just sharpening my dagger. I'm like, yeah. Does it seem like he remembers ever bringing it with him?
Whoa, whoa, whoa! I didn't do that.
Can I roll another insight?
For sure.
I would. Okay, I was gonna say I would like to give you advantage, but you rolled a 19. I mean, you know, I want to assist you with that roll. So can you roll it one more time?
Just in case I roll a 20.
Yeah. Who knows? Oh my god! Well, thank God.
Sandra,
You didn't need me.
Naharim will not meet your eyes. He's sweating bullets right now. You can almost hear his heartbeat.
She'll go up to him and smack him across the face. Quit fucking lying. Fucking tell.
Alright, I planted it on him.
Tell us fucking why, or we'll leave you right here on the
He
spot
was
to
gonna
die.
ask for it later. I was just getting ahead of it. That's all. It's all superstition and stories. Xandra, I will tell you right now, he nat one his deception. He's still lying. You can tell that he's trying to come up with any excuse he can come up with right now to get him out of this without you hurting him.
Is there a way to do like non-lethal damage to him?
There absolutely is. However, I will let you know he has the stats of a commoner, meaning 4 points of non-lethal damage knocks him unconscious. So you can roleplay just slapping him and hitting him without needing to roll it. He has no AC right now because he's not resisting.
Yeah, I'll smack him. Like, so, I mean, I'm trained unarmed, but I
Chat,
wouldn't
you can
use lethal,
always...
so...
Sorry, chat, even without subbing, you can always say stuff in chat in order to tell the players or influence stuff. It's up to them whether they do it or not, though. Also, although in a sub is the best way to get inspiration, if anyone ever goes, this player deserves an inspiration or deserves advantage, and all of chat is agreeing, I will absolutely grant it.
So as Xandra's doing all of this, I'm hanging my whip over like a nearby mast, and I'm like trying to make it look like a noose.
So yes, you could damage him if you wanted. Xandra, just keep role-playing it. He's not resisting right now, so anything you do to him, he's not going to fight against. He's got his hands up and is just trying to come up with excuse after excuse after excuse. So many that they don't even start to make sense or even track any longer. As he's even saying stuff like, it must have been one of the guardsmen who did it, or like he's just flat out lying.
Do you want to live? Because I get the feeling that you don't want to live right now.
You can roll an intimidation if you want.
She smacks him again.
I'll roll my intimidation.
You have advantage.
Yeah, she's yelling at him. Stop
one
talking.
More time.
We know it's all lies. Every word you've said so far is a fucking lie, alright? Now you're gonna fucking start telling the truth. And we can tell when you're not telling the truth, because you're a fucking shitty liar.
I go for that advantage, that's a 15!
With
Instead of that 1!
With a 15, Naharim's face just suddenly drops as a cloud of anger covers it. I always hated him! That when they told me I was supposed to get us all killed, I did it without a second's hesitation! Phazon looks shocked at this. Naharim is ranting now. They told me to plant it on him, to attract something to this, because they want him fucking dead! Everyone does! Everyone hates you, Phazon! You're disgusting! You didn't have to do the 10 years of labor! You paid for it! Your daddy protected you for everything you wanted. I doubt he even wants you! My family is going to become one of the merchant princes, while you are going to be forgotten to time! Forgotten to the sands! You won't make it to Nessus. I've been dropping a trail since we left. Some horrible creature's going to come along and kill us all, and I'll die with you, but I'll fucking die laughing. Ever since we met, you disgusted me. How dare you flaunt your wealth and your fucking privilege, while the rest of us had to suffer to have everything we have. He spits on Phazon. Phazon just stands shocked as the kid says, we've known each other since we were kids. And Naharim's vitriol doesn't stop there. No one ever cared about you. No one ever loved you. Your father thinks you're a fucking joke, and you're going to die here. And I'll die too, but people will fucking remember me as the one who killed you. As Naharim drops all pretenses.
And I walk up to Naharim.
Yeah,
I will also say quickly before you start talking to him, Zandra quickly hides her face and steps away from it all.
Zandra steps away, and
yeah, she hides her face, trying not to be looked at, and hides away.
I'm going to just drop down to my knees, and I'm going to embrace him.
What?
I understand. He's a piece of shit. A lot of the people in that city are pieces of shit. It doesn't need to end with you. It doesn't need to end with all of us. You are right to think what you think. But there are a lot of innocent people on these ships.
And Naharim begins to cry openly as he also drops to his knees and leans into the hold. It doesn't matter about them. My family. They need this. They got me a fucking job and I couldn't even do that right.
We all need this. We all need the money. You're not alone. But endangering all of these innocent people just because you hate someone that much, it's not worth it. There are so many other ways to fight injustice in this world. I need to know what you've done so that we can prepare for it. Because one way or the other, I'm not going to die here. Because you weren't strong enough to deal with the injustice.
He holds out his hand. And it looks fresh, as if it was cut after you had taken away Phazon's alcohol, because he didn't have it then. But he's cut a line into his palm. He's been dripping blood for the last few hours. It looks like when the cut stopped bleeding due to natural healing, he just cut his hand again. as there's a network of open wounds across this hand.
I'm going to stand back up. I'm going to turn to the rest of the crew.
The captain
I'm going to say-
has been approaching. He hasn't made it here yet, though.
I'm still going to stand in between Nahirim and the captain.
Captain Nahadana stands and it doesn't say anything, but he just looks at you, expecting you to start talking. Not in a rude, aggressive way. The captain's posture is as if he's waiting for an explanation, but he's also going to listen to you and take your advice into consideration and what you want to do.
I do not know these lands well enough. All I know is that we have dangers approaching because of one man's foolish actions.
Aye.
But that man's foolish actions are because of the influence of others. Regardless of who's responsible or not, we are all going to need to work together for what dangers are approaching. And I fully believe that all of us are going to come back alive. But the only way we're going to do it is by working together. And that includes each and every one of us. And I'm going to turn to Naharim and I'm going to turn to Faison. I don't want to die, and I'm pretty sure neither of you want to die either.
Faison is completely unresponsive right now. He's on his knees just staring blankly at nothing. But Naharim nods.
Then, what do we need to prepare for if he has been dripping blood along a path for a while?
A worst case scenario. To begin with, the Blue Swallow's likely contaminated. But there's nothing we can do. We need it to transport the rest. I would move... The captain scratches his head. I would keep the ships as they were. Your group is clearly the best at fighting. Hopefully, the creature, whatever's following us, because at this point, and he says loud enough for every passenger and crewman to hear, not willing to hide this. At this point, we are most certainly being stalked. We haven't seen anything as of yet, but this is a sailor's nightmare. However,
Hello, motherfucker.
the Blue Swallow is going to be hopefully the target. There's no way to guarantee. It might go after the Sand Cutter, and that's the name of the flagship, the big one, as there are more souls aboard it, and if it's already caught our scent, then there's no way to hide it. There is one thing we can do. He turns to Zandra. Aye?
Would it be better to... She has her hood down, by the way, so you can't see her eyes. Would it be better to have the ships sail a little further apart?
It would be. However, we cannot discount the theory that doing so could make it more difficult to help in the others. We have some ballista on the Sand Cutter. We will be moving one ballista to each of the ships. We will do that before disembarking. This will slow down our progress, but I find will be beneficial.
I will also say that you notice that Sandra's not speaking with an accent.
Zandra did not use her normal accent there. That's the thing to discuss later, likely, as the captain continues. There is one thing we can do to likely throw off pursuit. Mr. Dolke. Leaving one person behind may throw off our scent. It's a deal if whatever's chasing us may be attracted to that over the ships. The easier prey, as it were. Normally in situations such as this, and something regrettably my crews have had to do before, would be leaving the offender behind. I can see in your body structure, though, that you may not be willing to leave Master Naharim behind. You spoke earlier about the many innocent lives, and I would ask you if his life is worth the rest of the crews and all of the passengers. I will also inform you, I do not know if leaving him behind will actually help. Again, there are too many unknowns on the Blood Sands. Whatever's picked up our scent could already have chosen which ship it intends to target. This is for your group to decide. If you'd like, I can put it up to a vote between all of the crew and the passengers, should you not be able to take the responsibility for such a heavy decision yourself, or if you'd like, I can make the decision myself.
As he's speaking, I am walking over to the rest of my party.
You do.
I need to ask you right now what you wish to do.
Well, you guys are talking. I'm going to BRB. Just a small moment. Carry on.
How dare you take a pee while we are not allowed to pee while on the ship? How fucking dare you? But anyway, I need to ask all of you what you wish to do. What's most important to you? Do you wish to live? Or do you wish to do the right thing?
Yeah, I fuck. Let him burn. Leave him behind. This is his fault.
I agree. I'm not prepared to die for some idiot.
Very well. And I'm going to approach the captain again.
I'm back. Yes, you approach the captain again.
Make preparations to relocate any crew member that is on this ship, any passenger on this ship, to a dock and move anyone that wants to over to a different ship. And I'm gonna walk over to the side of the ship. I'm gonna take off my gauntlet. I'm going to I'm gonna slash a cut into my hand. I'm gonna start dripping blood into the sand. Naharim and I will stay on this ship. And anyone willing to stay on this ship shall do so. As everyone else moves over to safety.
You'll need someone to pilot it, the captain says, and immediately Duskwalker says, "Sir, I volunteer!" I
We
believe
need-
these adventurers have been blessed by Brother Sand. It would be remiss of me to leave them in their time of need.
Anyone that wishes to stay can do so. But anyone else, please, when we get the chance, move onto a different ship. Get all of your belongings.
The guardsmen all shake their head. We'll be remaining on the Blue Swallow, one of them speaks up. There's not enough room for us on the other ships, and we were all paid for danger. Xandra
Very well.
and Lloyd, are you going to move to the Sandcutter, or are you going to remain on the Blue Swallow with Valentin, Naharim, and the guardsmen? Oh, and Dustwalker, too. Rust Bucket looks up at you, Lloyd, and gives a small meow.
Yeah, very, very indicative of what you should be doing.
I'm gonna trust in Rust Bucket.
Rust Bucket is trusting in you. What the fuck?
It can be a mutual trust.
Trust in one another. So, is this, just out of curiosity, how does the rest of the, like, do we get to know how the rest of the crew reacts, or do we have to make this decision just with the three of us and the other three will...
The crew or the
placed?
passengers, because there's a shit ton of civilians.
Our group. So,
And as a note-
Clang Clang
yeah.
and the others. I mean, isn't like, are they coming on one ship, or are they what are
Their
I
players are not here currently, meaning I am assuming that they will follow with the majority of the party. Meaning it comes down to Lloyd and Xandra to decide where they will be staying on. And I'm sorry, but their
Sandra would
players
probably
are not
make her
here.
decision based off of where the rest of the group goes at this point.
Oh god.
That's why I'm asking. But I can make a decision.
I will say
if
that
you need me to.
Pewter is going to stay on the Blue Swallow.
So 3 on the Blue Swallow already. Okay.
Well, we don't know what
Which
Lloyd
means-
said. We cut him off. The cat just meowed at him.
Good.
I agreed with the cat.
Okay, Lloyd's staying on the Blue Swallow.
Okay. So 3 on the Blue
Bucket's,
Swallow.
yeah, Rust Bucket is the Blue Swallow's guardian. He's not leaving it.
I would, and that already makes majority, right? So the others would go there.
Likely.
I will say this. We are paid upon the safety of the arrival of the idiot noble over there. Anyone that's going to arrive safely is going to get that money.
Phazon
So-
looks up at you as you say idiot noble, and he just looks at you in the eyes and he says, I need a drink.
Well, maybe not now, because that's going to make things more difficult, young man.
You are my best friend,
Maybe
he says to
it's-
Naharim.
Maybe it's time to fucking sober up.
My best friend.
Your best friend has been having to deal with your bullshit for years. Your best friend has wanted what was best for you for years, and you kept on giving him the worst case scenario over and over and over again, to the point where he's had to pay for your misdemeanors. He had to pay for us coming on this ship and bringing him with you. Do you understand the level of responsibility that you have to deal with right now?
Oh, Sam.
Your best friend may have wanted what was best for you once in the past, but now he's already given up on you.
He's right. Everything I touch, everything I've ever done, I am a failure.
So you could choose to go on that ship for safety, and one of our members
probably not all of us, but one of our members are going to go on that ship and be safe together with you. Or you could choose to stay with us, and we're going to do what's best for all of the innocent people on that ship.
Phazon looks at you and just says, I don't want to die, I want to live. And then he scrambles to the captain and grabs Captain Nahadana's leg, who's busy giving orders as the captain looks down, and Phazon is bawling, please let me on the safe ship! I don't want to go with them! Please, I'm begging, please! He's just constantly begging the captain. The captain raises an eyebrow and says, what a fucking... And he looks over to you all. Your decision, where's he going?
I'll go to the rest of my party.
Phazon crawls over to you, Valentin, and then clings to you. Please, I don't want to be out here. My daddy made me come. I don't want to do this.
I'm telling you right now, you have the option to go on the safe ship.
Safe ship! Oh, thanks, Sand. Naharim looks disgusted.
This is when Zandra will finally move from the spot where she's been standing very still. And she walks over to Phazon, picks him up, just grabs him by the arm and throws him onto the smaller boat, the
Blue Swallow.
What's it called? The Swallow.
Nice.
Yes. Huck him onto the boat and he lands in a clump and he just curls into the fetal position sobbing. Please, I don't want to die. I don't deserve this.
She walks over and stands above him and gets really, really in close to him and whispers, I'm making this decision for you because I made the fucking wrong one before, and I won't let you make that same fucking mistake.
Just sobs and looks at you and through teary eyes, voice cracking, please.
He'll look up and he'll see tears running down her face.
Pathetic. What a pathetic person. Well then.
You say, as you say those words, Phazon will see it. Obviously, you won't. She'll close her eyes, and as you say, pathetic person, she kind of cringes.
Naharim, meanwhile, surrenders himself to you all. If you want to tie him up or anything while he's aboard the Blue Swallow, he's not resisting, and he's not talking anymore. But every now and then, he glares at Phazon with a hatred only born of decades of hate hidden inside.
I'm just gonna grab Naharim, and I'm gonna say, you're doing the right thing for your family. Let's make this worth it for all of us.
I'm sorry I wrapped you all up in it. I meant it before. You seem like a good person. But if he makes it back alive, my family gets nothing. Do with that knowledge what you will.
We're all gonna make it back alive. And that'll make things really confusing for everyone.
The captain, you note that he's having a very private, small conversation with Dustwalker. You can hear some of it, because again, there's just not enough space to have, a super private one. And, he says, you're going to do your best out there. May the sand bless you and keep you safe. May a sandstorm hide your tracks. May your message and your story be brought across to the far reaches of the earth on the winds. Good luck there, brother. And the captain, remember, they're not... you think brother is symbolic in this case, because there's no way they're related. As they reach out and they clasp hands. And you watch as they both, each individually, pull out a small amulet, the symbol of those who follow Brother Sand. A kind of flat wooden board that has, kind of waves symbolizing the wind upon it. They nod, The captain turns back. All right, start loading up everything, lads. We've been in worse spots before. Keep your eyes peeled. The Blue Swallow will be lagging behind us. And he begins giving orders that he wants a spyglass on the Blue Swallow at all times in order to keep an eye on you all. Dustwalker approaches and says, okay, so should the worst happen, the captain has a slight plan. We're going to be changing up our route a little bit to pass by more rocky areas. So should something happen, we may be able to abandon ship and make it to a rock bar or another plateau. Upon doing so, the captain will now be piloting the cargo ship. He's leaving the first mate in charge of the sand cutter, which will do its best to make its escape. The captain himself, should the Blue Swallow become in danger, or worst case be attacked, him and the crew aboard the cargo ship will be... they'll become the new bait and the new decoys to try to lead whatever it is away from the plateau or rock bar that we bring our survivors to. The cargo ship will then try to lose its prey and loop back around to us. We have a worst-case scenario plan. Mr. Dulk, the captain may disagree with your actions, but I support them. This situation seems morally complex. I have no love for the rich bastards that have never had to work a day in their lives, but they're still people. And they don't get to decide their fates, nor who they were born into.
All I'm going to say is this. No innocence should be wrapped up in this. Whether the spoiled brat of the snake charmer is one of those innocent people, that's up for debate, but no one else should be wrapped up in this. They don't deserve it.
Aye, sir. And I'm honored to carry your journey across the rest of the way. Rudderman Jones will be joining the others. He is unable to stay. He has a family back in Thascalis. He wanted to join us, but the captain ordered him not to. Meaning I would ask one of you others to take the rudder.
I'm just gonna look over at the others real quick. I'm just gonna say, this is the last chance to
Sandra will
choose a
stand
different
up.
path.
Where's the rudder?
Oh shit!
You're directed.
Oh shit! I got goosebumps.
Yeah, you're directed to it and given a very, very fast tutorial on how to do it. It's not that difficult. Essentially, Dustwalker lets you know he's going to be calling out directions. Your job is to turn in the direction as he changes the facing of the wind with the magic fan that he has.
All right. Do I need to keep notes of any of this, or is this just something that I can inherently know as a character?
This is something you can inherently know as a character. Do you have pilot land vehicles? Does anyone have proficiency in piloting a land vehicle? That will help in this situation.
One of the few ways is like pirate or folk hero backgrounds.
Does anyone have the ability to pilot a land vehicle?
I do not.
I don't.
In that case, you will be making whatever kind of check that you can sell me on making. It will not be a skill check, so you won't have proficiency. It will be a straight stat check. You don't need to make these when nothing is going on, but should the Blue Swallow be attacked, Zandra, you will need to start making checks, so I would spend this time during our downtime, because we are going to wrap up very shortly, and please stay tuned. We're going to raid another great streamer after this. You will be making some kind of stat checks, so sell me on it, on how you'll be piloting the ship in times of trouble. I can allow any stat is viable so long as you can argue it with charisma probably being the hardest to argue you being able to pilot.
I use my dexterity to keep stable footing, no matter how the ship rocks and sways.
And
That-
you know, at any point, I will be trying to help in any way I can.
All right, that should work. I need to now know, Nahareen does have a rapier. He keeps it on him, as he told you he was used to using a sword. Are you confiscating it?
Oh no.
Are you tying him up?
No! If he's willing to stay on the ship, no way in the hell am I gonna make him undefended.
Yeah,
Are
but he
you-
could also just stab,
He could just choose
his
to kill
quarry.
Phazon, yeah.
Yeah, but Faces is on the other ship by now.
No,
I threw him onto the swallow.
Yeah,
He's like literally
Phazon's-
crying on the floor at my feet.
Phazon
Oh,
brought,
never
yeah, all are aboard. And I will also need to know if you're tying up Phazon, and Phazon doesn't have a weapon. You'll need to give him one if you want to arm him. Something like a light crossbow, any simple weapon people can know. Chat wants you to give Phazon a leash. Chat is standing Naharim really hard right now, and like they are like Phazon's a piece of shit. Chat likes Naharim.
I mean, they're both kind of pieces of shit, but for very different reasons.
So, quick, so I can wrap this up for now. Are you tying up Naharim?
No.
There's 3 of you, so I want to hear either 2 no's or 2 yeses. Lloyd and Xandra, are you tying up Naharim?
I'm not tying him up. I'm busy being the rudder captain.
That's 2 no's then. Are you guys divesting Naharim of his rapier?
No.
I hear
I'd
1
say
no.
give it back to him when he needs it.
I hear
I
1 no,
agree.
1 yes. You hear yes as well? All right. Naharim surrenders his rapier to you, Lloyd, because you are not handling the rudder, meaning that you have Naharim's rapier. Put it to your inventory, and you will need to hand it to him if shit hits the fan. Okay?
Okay.
Are you tying up Phazon? He is... I will let you know right now, he is in a panic. He is panicking. He is shutting down.
Zandra pulls rope out of her.
1
Out of the
yes,
bag.
and Valentin, are you still a no?
I'm not going to tie him up, but I will be hugging and embracing him.
Lloyd, you're the tiebreaker. Tie up or let Valentin hug.
I'll let him hug.
All right. Zandra, do you insist on tying him up, or are you okay with Valentin keeping a hand on him?
Throw your rope to me, and I can tie him up. Worst case scenario.
It's not like he can do much harm now. We're
She'll
already
hand over the rope.
worse.
If he ends up dying, because he throws himself overboard, that's on you.
Look, hey, we're either gonna make it out alive or we're not.
And the
I'm
last
saying,
thing
I'm holding you accountable since you're choosing not to tie him up.
Well, technically, we're all gonna die, so no one's accountable.
the last thing I want to know, are you arming Phazon? He has no weapons, but could wield a simple one. Simple ones anyone can wield. Clubs, daggers, crossbows, shit like that.
If we're not harming the harem, we're not harming Phazon. That's what I'm saying.
I got 1 for a no, not gonna arm him.
No.
Nope, 2 for no's. All right. Phazon remains unarmed. Rust Bucket is also on the ship and stays near Lloyd. And you can tell, Lloyd, the cat seems anxious. He's no longer wrapped up on your lap but purring. But the cat looks to the stern of the ship, the back of the ship
Yeah.
constantly. His eyes watching, pupils wide despite the burning sun heat. And
Fucking hunting shit.
And with that, we will end tonight's session. Did everybody have fun? I know I only had 3 of you tonight, but I hope you all enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was really good.
Don't ignore that fourth.
Oh yeah, Mora
He was here for most of it.
Mora was here for most of it. That's right. I hope you all enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun running it as always. Thank you, chat. I also hope you enjoyed it, chat. I have an excellent cast of players here. Just to go over before... Yep, I always try to end on a good cliffhanger. So real quick... I'm going to do the command for cast. Players, I know this is pretty late for all of you. You do not need to stick around now. You can go ahead and head out. But we are going to raid someone cool, so please keep the stream open as I do my final promos, talk again who I'm affiliated by, and how you can join in any of my campaigns if you want, which I all strive to run at this quality. So if you liked listening to this, you might enjoy being a player sometime. This game is full, though, by the way. I'm not accepting new players in a Blood on the Sand. It does have a sister game called Stolen Valor, which takes place in a nation right beside Thanskoran, and it is about a group of thieves that attempted to steal a valuable artifact before discovering it was stolen months ago. Now, they are threatened by the environment. The environment. The government! Not the environment threatening. The government!
The environment and also the government.
The government to try and reclaim the item from the original thieves. I run games on almost every day of the week. I have a Curse of Strahd game going. Feel free to message me on the Discord, or just ask in the chat. The environment. The environment's out to get you. Climate change! Global warming! I have a lot of different campaigns. This is set in my home world of Hasalia. I wrote this entire world. As you can tell, I put a lot of effort into it, into the lore. Alright, that's basically it for talking about that. Feel free to message me on my server, chat in the general chat, things like that. I'm also affiliated with Fantasy Grounds. This is the virtual tabletop that we use to play all my games in. It is an awesome tabletop with a lot of great features. I didn't get to show off any of them today because we didn't get to combat, but, well, I'm definitely foreshadowing stuff, aren't I? So, we'll see in upcoming, but it's an excellent VTT. Purchasing anything off of that link supports me directly. I get a small commission off of it. I'm also affiliated with Creation Snack Company, which is an awesome snack food company that you guys can order snacks from with my code to use a discount, and we will be... Yeah, RP sessions are always great. No, I will teach you, Bleak. I'm pretty familiar with using Fantasy Grounds at this point. I will teach you how to use it. Creation Snacks, we are going to have our own merch line on soon, so if you want snacks while listening to my streams or while playing D&D yourselves, feel free to order something from them. We're going to get our own merch line. Once again, for people who don't know who I am, I'm River the Dancer. You can find me on Twitter over here. I do charge for my games, though, just to let people know. Your first game's free, but just feel free to message me for the price afterwards, because this is how I earn most of my money. It's how I pay my rent. What else? I think that's about it. Let's see who we're going to raid now, chat. Who is streaming currently? We've got... Wow, a lot of people playing Cult of the Lamb. Gosh, that's a game I actually want to get when I can afford it. I like management games, and that sounds kind of fun for me. Who are we gonna raid today? Let's see. Players, we've got Masked Introvert doing Final Fantasy XIV, Mag Meme Pie doing Cult of the Lamb, Azure Lemon doing Cult of the Lamb, QQ Tiny and Blue Pie are both doing art, Cordelia is playing Fall Guys, Daijobu's doing Apex Legends, Barrow's doing art, Curse is doing Roblox, and Deadly Desire is also doing Cult of the Lamb.
Anyone that's doing art, that's what I'll vote for.
Art? Let's do...
is actually the one doing the art for Lloyd.
Who is, sorry?
Mast.
Masked Introvert? Well, what? They're not doing art right now, though. They're playing Final Fantasy XIV. But
well, fucking them.
Everyone's cheering art. So let's do QQ Tiny then, who's got the lowest out of those view counts right now. QQ Tiny's pretty cool. They're a great streamer, and I really do like their art. So we're gonna go ahead and raid them. Oh, also, one thing I forgot to announce. Next week, I'll be doing an uncapped subathon where I'll be playing horror games and more throughout the week. There's going to be cool donation rewards where for doing $10 directly on my Ko-Fi, you'll be able to roll a D20 and it will decide a random reward, including things such as me complimenting you, me insulting you, adding more time to the stream, making a D&D character right there, restarting the level, all sorts of cool stuff. 20 different options to come up with. I've had a lot of fun. The graphic for that should be brought out soon, I hope. Alright, we're gonna raid... Who did I say? QQ Tiny. Excellent. All right, thank you so much, guys. I'm going to go ahead and mute the stream now and put on the hold music, but thank you for coming by and support this other great streamer. Yeah, see you next stream. I stream next tomorrow when we play the Making Waves campaign. Bye for now, guys.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, next tomorrow. Shut up.